Beep, 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 beep. I'm here for your entertainment. Hello, everybody. Woo! Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. Wah!
Delete us.
Oh my God. Okay, you're just gonna yeet me already. Okay, and I will hydrate. Hello, everybody. Hello, welcome on in Uzi, who was here like 50 minutes early. Hi, Gil. Hi, Zorbus. Hi, Gently. Hi, Fracta. Hello, Lucky Mike. First time chat. Welcome on in. Let me go ahead and just unmute my guest. And make sure you're, okay, you are perceivable. Hello. Welcome in on everybody. And
hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
And then we will have one more guest shortly. She's picking up her partner, and then she's going to come and join us as well. But oh my God, I'm so super excited about this. I've been really excited about this for like weeks.
Daisies.
I can hear the autistic vibrations from here, Thempy.
Can you now? Can you now?
I can hear. Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Oh, that sounds fake.
I can hear you vibrating, Thempy. Don't test me.
That sounds a little personal. What?
I mean, take it however you wish.
Deripe, I will do a stretch. We're always supposed to bully Brassy for self-care. Don't you know that?
What? Hey.
Yeah, that's how, exactly, see, she gets it.
Free stretch.
But yes, hello, welcome on in, everybody. As we set up and let people roll in, let me go ahead and do...
What are your pronouns? Because now you get to put them on Facebook and Instagram and act like people give a fuck.
Here is our pronoun extension. So if you don't already have your pronouns set up, click that link and you can set them up so that streamers like myself and other people that use the extension can see your pronouns in chat. It is an amazing tool to help make sure that everybody's pronouns are known and referenceable, so that silly little brain idiots like me have an easier time to not misgender people, because that would really suck if we were misgendering people, especially today when our focus is trans and non-binary people.
Hello, I am the Void.
Are you sure you're the Void? I think you're a Void.
No, I am the Void.
I'm just gonna turn the music down a little bit on my end.
It's like a vacuum. I suck up all of the genders like Kirby.
Oh, is that how that works?
And then I look at them.
Okay. So...
and admire their prettiness.
If someone in chat who is listening to the stream can just let me know, how does volume sound for both myself as well as my guest and the music? Is everything in like a nice, pretty good sweet spot right now?
Postman.
Hear you loud and clear. Friendos are a tiny loud. Okay, let me adjust them a little bit.
Yeah, I am a little louder. Just a little. Maybe make you louder. I don't know.
Okay. How does that sound? Is that a little bit better? Oh wait, somebody said I may be slightly... Okay. How does that sound? Does that sound a lot better? I could turn my guest down a little bit more if we need to.
We need to say things first to find out. Come on, everybody, say things.
Say things?
Leedle, leedle, lee.
Oh my God.
Penis.
Oh my God. Now they are tiny quiet. All right, let me adjust that. Okay. There we go. And feel free to let me know if there's one particular guest that that is out versus like if they're all quiet. Because I know Bean, Fracta, and Bean are very, very loud. Brassy and Astro are probably the ones that are most likely to be a little softer than the rest of us little psychos.
What,
Little
me?
psychos.
Loud? I would never be loud.
I
Yeah?
can be
Loud
loud.
and I quiet.
Let's go round and do intros.
So it
we all
is-
get to turn to speak and
so-
then we all know.
So we will have that. So in just a
Okay.
moment. So my name, if anybody doesn't know me, because I know there's a bunch of new faces today. My name is Thempy. I'm the Rainbow Goblin Thempress. I am the proprietor of our Rainbow Realm, silly little gay arcade here. And today we're going to be doing Pride Talks. So if you're not aware, Pride Talks is a little series of events that I'm going to be doing this month for Pride Month. And if you look at the flyer up here, this will talk about them. So join us to discuss, educate, and connect with each other about our shared queer experiences, joined by different queer VTubers each session. So today we will be doing the trans non-binary focused. Next Saturday will be bi-pan, multisexual focused. And the last one on the 28th will be ace and ace spec. Oh, music, don't stop. Thank you. And so I did these, I thought, in, especially here for those of us in America, we are, and to some degrees in a lot of other places, we are still in a place where there is a lot going on for the queer community, particularly for the trans community, is particularly under a special kind of attack right now. And I thought this would be something really lovely to do, to stand in solidarity, to share our different kinds of trans experiences. Music, I swear to fucking God. And bring us together, and not just trans people to trans people, but also trans people and our loved ones, as well as maybe other parts of the queer community, because there is often discourse between different parts of the queer community, such as there has been history between trans and non-binary people, there's been history between bi and pan identities, and that's just natural of a community as large as ours. So hopefully this will help just a little bit. So we are going to come over here, whoop, and turn off that flyer. There we go. And I'm going to bring you guys over here with me. Where are you?
On the flyer, on the ace/ace spec for the July 20th, I misread that as Ace's P.
Ace's Peak?
Ace's Peak.
Ace's Peak. That's what I heard. Ace's Peak. Okay, so I'm going to start virtual camera. And then I'm going to share it so that way you guys can also have a visual for everything in real time if you'd like. There we go. So, to start off our event, I want to, do a little disclaimer because I'm super autistic and I want to be sure. So the people involved in this event are sharing their own personal experiences, identities, and thoughts on the queer experience. Some experiences may overlap or be different than others, and that is okay. We are not here to gatekeep or trample on other people's experience and chosen labels or definitions. Basically, some people might define identities a little bit different, and that is okay. And we will try our best to respect everybody's own self-identity. All right. Trans power, baby.
Fuck yeah!
Yeah.
What are we trans-powering?
Powering the trans, of course, because, and also, it is not a piss ace stream. Yes, please do not piss on aces. Without consent. Without consent, yes.
How dare you say we piss on the poor?
Oh my god. Also, I love these graphics. These graphics are so very cute and pretty. And I wanted to make sure that as you see this show, now, obviously the queer spectrum is endless, and there are tons of different identities. Trans and non-binary are mere umbrella terms. So obviously this will encompass a lot of other identities, which we'll get into. And then I did make a point that as I made these slides and I put in like graphics and images, I did want to make sure that I tried my best to include as many as I could. So even if, for example, even if we don't have an intersex person in here with us guesting today, there is an intersex little pride heart somewhere in the visuals, and gender fluid and some other ones. So I'm hoping that will also give more people that moment of, oh my god, they included my flag. My flag is there. People can see it. And
I am visible.
I am visible. Yes.
Gender fluid. Can I have a sip?
Yes. Have a sippy.
What about for those who don't want to be perceived?
You just have to look at the section of the screen that your flag isn't on.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, good point.
Yeah. Okay, so we just talked about welcome to Pride Talk, why we're doing it. Our topic today is trans and non-binary people. As far as how it will work, so the way that the event is going to go is that as we get into each question, I'm going to announce our questions, and then we are going to give each guest a chance to talk about and discuss their answer to these questions. And this will hopefully help prevent overstimulation from too much. Oh my god, this music is just saying fuck you. Probably because I'm talking so much. Because it does like to detect that. But it will be each person will have, I don't know, like a few minutes to speak on their answer, and then we may engage in a few statements back and forth between me and that person. We'll move on to the next person and do the same thing. And then after everyone has had a chance to speak, we'll probably have a few minutes of just open discussion between us, as well as checking in with chat and what chat's got to say, so that they can be included as well. Keeping it safe, just to keep it safe and smooth for everybody.
Cindy?
Yes? Yes?
My love?
Yes?
Is that supposed to be the gender flag with it? With the gender fluid flag?
That's an arrow. That's an arrow, isn't it?
Okay, I wanted to make sure, because sometimes people get them confused.
I do mix those up a lot.
You knew you were putting the arrow flag there.
I meant to put agender, but yes,
okay.
Thank you.
You missed my flag, Dumpy.
Okay.
You missed it.
I hate everything here. Okay.
You hate me.
Before we get into our questions, some people may not fully understand what transgender and non-binary and some of these words mean. So I feel like a good place to start is just kind of making sure we're all aware of that. So obviously, cisgendered, which is a word that a lot of us know, all it means is that, don't listen to Karens, it is not a slur. It is, cisgender is simply a way to refer to anybody who identifies as the gender they were born with. So if you were labeled as a girl when you were born and you identify as a girl, then you're cisgendered. And it's simple as that. And transgender, which is obviously the overarching term, is going to be anybody who is not cisgendered. Transgender generally refers to people that are within the binary, so people that identify as male and female, and then everybody else, also under a more specific umbrella, is going to be non-binary. So non-binary is going to be anybody who identifies as anything besides male and female. So that will obviously include people that are agender, people bigender, gender fluid, gender queer, are a few to name those. And so I think I feel like that was a really good place to start, was just to kind of clarify those terms. I did make it very clear that I wanted to shift the language throughout this. So sometimes I may say non-cisgendered person. Sometimes I might say trans, non-binary, or trans non-binary. Because lots of people do use different language and words to describe themselves. And I didn't want to pick just one for that specific reason. So I could be a little bit more inclusive. Ooh. Not page 55. There's not a page 55. All right, so let's go ahead and get into our introduction. So if you missed it for me, my name is Thempy. Some people call me Goo-Boo or Thempress as well. And I use they, them pronouns. I might be a content creator. I don't know. Are you live here? Are you in my chat? I don't know. It could be just a dream. You're here to be gay and do crimes. I love that for you, madam.
What's up?
And obviously you can find me here, but you can also find me on Blueski. So, here is my card. This has all my socials on it. And, also we're just gonna point out here that, I like to tease Bean by validating her by showing a fair pronoun pin. Because that's adorable. And so why don't we go ahead and start on my left. So why don't we start with Brass?
Yeah.
And then we'll work our way down the list for introductions.
Hey everybody. Hi, it's me. I'm Brassica. Pronouns are she, her. I do create the content. I stream on Twitch at BrassicaVT. I usually play video games, but sometimes I'll do some arts and craftsy stuff with my desk cam. I also am on Blue Sky, but I don't use it very much. I need to be better about using social media. But you can largely find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/BrassicaVT. You can watch me play Monster Hunter.
Ooh. All right. Let's go ahead and introduce our next guest.
Who is next? Is it me because I'm next to decide?
Yes.
Yay! Hi everybody, it's me, Fracta. I'm a little space goblin. I am on Twitch. I am Fractabel. I have the pronouns of she and they. They are my favorite. I do like content creating. I do stuff. It is good. I am on Twitch at Fractabellum. Twitch.tv/Fractabellum. And same on Blueski. And probably other places. You can also go to fractabellum.com if you don't remember, and it'll just bring you to my Blueski because I'm lazy and also have a lot of ADHD, so I can't finish my website. I do all the different types of games. I've been playing a load of Dwarf Fortress, but we're going to be doing a bunch of other random stuff over the time. Oh, and I'm making money for LGBTQ plus youth charity right now. That's it. That's the spiel.
Mwah. Also, Frack is one of my partners, and so I give her a smooch on the head and a poke on her boob.
No.
Just a little. It's a treat. It's fine.
Oh,
I didn't want to go to the next page. Stop that. All right. Our next guest.
Huh?
Astro.
Hello. My name is Lil MB Summer or Astro. I use he, it, they, them, really anything but she, her, including near pronouns. I love near pronouns. That's so fun. And I'm looking at becoming a content creator. I have my little Twitch set up. I'm getting other places set up, but twitch.tv/Lil MB Astronomer. I completely blanked for a second, but hello, hi, yes, that's me. I'm a little baby streamer. I'll be looking to stream like comfy, cozy games like Minecraft, maybe some modern Minecraft, depending on my computer handles. I'm running off of a laptop, and some Slime Rancher.
Ooh. Also, I give Astro a smooch and a poke to their flat chest, their flat femboy chest, because they are also one of my partners.
Before
I the only
Dempsey
one?
says anything, I am very, 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 very technically a streamer. It's happened 3 times. It's not going to happen again in the future because shit be going on.
That's fair. But also,
But
in case you want to
theoretically, before the heat death of the universe, it will happen again. I have no idea what, but I am a gimmicky. Yeah, that's my identity as gimmicks.
Also smug.
Nah.
But in case you want to follow Atramina or any of our beans, I have shouted all of them out. No ads! Go away! You are not starting in the middle of my intros. Get out of here. So now that we have met all of our beans, and feel free if you are ever not. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. Let me do it this way. Hold on. I'm gonna try to write a message and pin your pronouns. So.
Oh wait. Also,
remind me, Brassy. Were you she, her, or she, they?
She, they. She, her.
Right.
She, her. I remembered.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and share your pronouns. Go ahead.
I am a Fae Fair and a she, her. If you're a coward, you can call me a she, her. I won't really judge you, but there's a little bit of judgment in there. If you're a coward. If neopronouns scare you.
Okay, and then Atramina, she, Faye. Okay. There we go. I pinned
I am our local non-binary lesbian.
And there we go. Okay. All right. So the pronouns should be pinned, and then mine are just in the corner of my stream always. So. All right. So let's go ahead and I believe we're on a question now. At some point, possibly. Oh yes. Okay. So question 1 is, how long have you identified as non-cisgendered? And do you have a preferred identity, such as trans, non-binary, agender, etc.? So let's go ahead and start with Brassy.
Why do I have to go first? I never know what to say.
Because you're on the leftist.
You're the far left. That means you go first.
Okay. How long has it been at this point? I think 3 or 4 years. I have been trans. It was the pandemic lockdowns that really started that line of dominoes to bring me to that realization. There's a little bit more to it than that, but it's been about 3 to 4 years. I don't remember exactly how long.
And do you what is your do you have a good comfy identity? Do you prefer like trans, or do you have any other labels that you prefer when you identify yourself?
Just trans. I'm a basic bitch.
You're basically. I love that for you.
I would never.
All right, and Fracta.
I've been thinking about this for a while, and I don't remember. It's definitely over 5 years, maybe 7 or 8. I don't remember. I know it was pre-pandemic. And it was fairly pre-pandemic. Oh gosh, yeah. But it's a long process, and I had identified prior to that as queer, and now pretty queer. I'm trans. I identify as like gender squishy, gender queer, gender fluid. and pretty femme. Yeah.
Can I just say I love the term gender squishy?
I do too.
It's a good one, isn't it?
It's very
It
lovely.
is.
Ads
It's
are coming
amazing.
back in 5 minutes.
Fuck you, ads.
Oh no.
So
Yeah, it's a really nice words.
Okay. Astro.
Hi. I use so many gender labels, but like
Oh, I know.
overarchingly, like there's like 3 levels. Like if I'm not I'd say that I'm like trans or like non-binary. I feel like a little
Ooh, I think you're roboting, honey. Honey, I think you might be roboting.
Yeah, you're a little strangles.
What?
I think you might be doing the robot. Maybe try disconnecting and reconnecting to the call.
It's doing the thing
it's
again.
It's just the service that I have.
Okay, it's pretty clear now. Okay, it's pretty clear now. Go ahead.
Yeah. Level 1 is just I'm non-binary, or trans, and like level 2 you get the agender and like gender fluid stuff, and like high level you get the xenogenders and all of the other things, and a xenogender is where your gender does not really connect directly to male, female, neutral, neither, none concepts. It's like its own separate thing from those concepts and ideals of gender.
Okay. Yeah,
but
fuck
I also
you,
have
ads.
Like 500 labels I could use to describe my gender, so we're not going to list all of them here. We will be here all day.
And just as a reminder for everyone, ads in 9 minutes. This is also a great time that if you want to make sure you don't miss anything while we're live, this is a great time to subscribe. So you can either subscribe directly to the channel, you can get Twitch Turbo, or if you have Amazon Prime, use your Prime subscription to make sure you don't miss out on anything. All right, and go ahead, Atramina.
Okay, so I, unfortunately, am a victim of the he, they, she, they pipeline. I have been trans for I don't quite remember how long. I think like 5 years at this point. So there is like a notable inflection point, 2 years, where I started to identify more closely with the trans identity.
Okay.
I say no to gender in my body. I like it in jars so that I can look at it where it's pretty. I collect them. I do not use them. If you have to put a name on it, that would be a gender. But like, I do have genders. I just don't use them. I have many genders.
All right. And then what is it?
Like
we wish people would ask us how long we've identified as non-cis, much longer than trans. What do you mean, Zorb? Are you meaning like, are you talking about like a more specific question about like when we realized we were trans versus like when we started to like, like sort of like Atramina said, like there was a gap between like when they realized they were trans versus when they were like more closely identifying and perhaps starting to like adjust like their appearance or their style or aesthetic to match how they felt. Because for me, I love how none of us can actually remember. And then there's those trans people that are just like, today is my trans anniversary. How the fuck do you know this? But then again, I feel like most trans people, I feel like most trans people I've encountered that do that, they're usually referring to their HRT anniversaries. Because obviously that is a more specific date, and it's one you can look up too, because you could probably look up like your prescriptions and stuff.
I think it's actually...
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, no, go ahead.
So for me, the although this might be better in one of the future slides. Whatever. The date I was referring, you know what? I'm gonna do it in the future slide. Wait. Sorry, my brain just turned off for a second.
It's okay.
So, the pipeline. I believe, like, 5-ish years ago is when I first decided gender is dumb, non-binary, and then like maybe 2 years ago I first started HRT, and then maybe a year ago I started actually dressing more femininely and doing all that shit, and that is when I would say I started my transition.
Pepperidge
Like, a
Farm
year after-
remembers your transiversary.
I have a really silly one actually. I had to pause my HRT for a little while to do some Girl Goo storage. And I remember that when it was done, I was just like, oh, okay, right, I can start it again. Oh, wait, if I hold off for like 2 days, it'll be a solstice. So I'll do it then. And I remember that it's on a solstice, but I don't remember which solstice it is.
That's fair.
It might be the summer solstice, in which case it's coming up. Yay.
Mine was a little bit weird. So I would say I've actually only realized I was trans or non-binary for like a few years now. I definitely remember like back in like the early 2000s that I had, or like, let's see, so I graduated in 2003, so it probably would have been like 2005 or 7, was when I think I really became more aware that I was, as far as my gender, that I was gender non-conforming for sure. I would go through periods where it'd be like, you know, some days I would dress super, super femme, and sometimes I would look like a 20-year-old boy leaving college campus in a band t-shirt, oversized shorts, and a pair of oversized man sandals. And sometimes in between, I would also flux between lots of different styles, like between like goth and boho and such. But I think I've only realized I was like trans non-binary for, I'd say about it's definitely been less than 3 years. I remember because I realized mine after I entered my friend Demi's community. And I think that was around the time when I started, was like, and I think I heard them describe like how they first realized that they were non-binary. And I think that's what tipped it off, and it was like, am I non-binary? And I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? Actually, I think that's really similar to how I feel. And so I've known them for like 3 years, so it's probably been like maybe 2.5. Oh, well, no, I think it's coming up on 4 years, so probably like 2 or 3 years that I've identified. So I identify as trans, non-binary. My more specific label that I like is demigirl. Ah! What happened? Nya, 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 nya. I don't know what triggered that sound effect.
What happened is that I'm dumb.
Oh, okay. Oh, you hit my soundboard. Oh my god. Okay. I was really confused.
I thought what happened is I have dumb keybinds.
Listen here, Gil.
Oh
we have all know that I am old, okay? Shush. The non... Next month is my pussyversary. I love that for you. That's also a fantastic name. I identify as trans non-binary. My more specific label that I like, because I've been seeing, I don't know if anybody's been seeing this trend where it's just like, if you meet me, it's like if you sort of know me, these are my identities. If I'm really close to you, these are the identities you hear. Mine
yes,
is,
I know that.
Mine is demigirl, because I identify as that I'm definitely like feminine, but I don't align well enough to be female. So that's why I identify as demigirl. Also, look, in this slide, you can see that the flags are actually what I intended. Intersex and genderqueer. Because I'm smart, I promise.
Mark.
I was playing with gender for a while before, as it was about 12 years ago. Oh my goodness. It's crazy to look back and be like, how has this not always been a part of me?
I mean,
Um,
I was in a
mean-
dress first at like the age of 8 for a school play, and I loved it. That was not a cis experience, okay? Being like,
I
yay, I
mean-
get to be a girl for the play, yay! How did my tiny egg not explode at that point? I don't know.
I
I
mean,
would like to know
in
how I didn't realize it. Well, I mean, I didn't have the words and knowledge to know how to describe it, but goddamn, obsession with Mulan as a child.
Oh, Milan.
And once, chest started chesting, I would look in the mirror and even before then actually, I would look in I'd come to my little bathroom mirror and I would sit in front of it and just slowly bring my face and myself up to see myself in the mirror and try to decide when my brain clocked me as female. I don't think that's a cis thing to do.
yeah, Mulan has definitely become known as like a trans allegory and like a trans experience, cultural icon for sure. Atramine, I think you were trying to say something as well.
I was, as a matter of fact, in response to your comment about it not always being a part, at least from my perspective, the transness has always been a part of, at least for me, it is always a part of me. It's just we didn't run into the language or
Yes.
and such to identify that as part of us.
Agreed.
So like,
I feel like I've been like that with a lot of my identities, and it'll definitely come up later because I've got a couple different questions. And our next question, though, is how long have you been out? Where and with whom are you out? And who was the first person that you came out to? Well, if you'd like, we can start on the other end if you would prefer, Brassy.
Yes, please.
Okay.
We
Atramina,
rotate.
you get to be the star of the Tism show. Share with us.
me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, how long have I been out? Honestly, I've been in a safe enough space that it's a similar timeline. The first person I came out to, however, was my brother, who came out before I did.
I love
This
that.
trans mask.
I was just gonna say, was it were they also a trans coming out or just general queer
actually,
coming out?
Specifically trans mask.
Okay.
Now, there is a little moment that I do want to share that kind of exploded. Well, it didn't. It was the first proper crack in my egg.
Okay.
So I believe I was actively. It was a conversation with said brother, and I idly said, I would not, I don't remember in response to what, I was like, I idly said, I wish I had a more feminine body, and his response was, you can do that, you could go on HRT, and then I spent the next 2 years researching it and questioning if I was trans enough to do HRT.
I love that. That feeling of, wait, you can do that?
It's allowed. It's allowed.
It's allowed.
Because at the time, I was identifying as non-binary, but I was in the mindset of, I'm not really properly trans. I'm not doing anything. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree, and this definitely speaks into the the discourse that I mentioned before between different sections of the community. Like there definitely has been don't get me wrong, to be clear, if you are non-binary, you are valid as being in trans spaces. If you do not medically transition, you are also valid to be in spaces. If you don't change a single thing if you're like an AFAB and you change nothing about your appearance, but you identify as female or non-binary. That is valid. But
I actually, if I may expand on this a little bit.
Go ahead.
The effect this has had on my views is that I go one step further and I say, if you want to change something about your appearance, one thing that I will do is I will recommend to cis people trans resources, because I don't feel like there's not a thing as trans enough.
Yes.
If you have informed consent.
Yes, I agree.
I know vaguely some femboys do get HRT and stuff, but also if you don't like your voice, there are resources I know for that are targeted towards trans people, but
they can be for anyone.
It's just you can. At the end of the day, we're all just trying to feel more comfortable in our bodies.
Exactly.
And I have the opinion that not exclusively trans spaces, but resources intended for targeted towards people who are transitioning can, and in many cases should be shared with cis people who are struggling with self-image issues.
I agree.
That is applied to.
I agree.
The most prevalent one would probably be voice training.
Because
I know a lot of people.
Because like you said, a lot of things that may be targeted for trans people, or they may be things that maybe primarily exist to support trans people, doesn't necessarily mean they're only for trans people. It falls into that same realm as the discussion for the disabled bathroom. Just because that doesn't necessarily only people with wheelchairs. That could also be people that even if they don't consider themselves disabled, if maybe they're having a day or a period where it's this is really difficult and I need support, that is still valid for them to use that. And I think the same could be said for a lot of trans resources that, because like I said, a lot of the core supports for trans people involve our issues with dysphoria for our appearance or our presentation, and non-trans people also suffer with those, and that is
non-trans people also get gender dysphoria, though most of the time to a lesser degree.
Yes.
And we have here a whole community of people who a large purpose, a lot of the discourse is how do I get rid of gender dysphoria, and I don't see any reason to not share that.
Yes, because that feels like gatekeeping. It feels like gatekeeping to keep things like that a secret.
I do still think that there should be explicitly trans spaces, but those resources should not be locked to people who are trans.
Yes.
They should be locked behind informed consent.
Yes. It's and sharing those and having them be useful to non-trans people also help to support the argument that we need these resources because we're not the only ones who use them. They're for lots of people. For example, I fight the argument of medical coverage for HRT. You do realize that non-trans people use those. People that maybe have conditions that affect their hormone production, or people like me who have had a hysterectomy and need those.
I believe those medications were first developed for postmenopausal women, and then later adapted for people like myself who thought to themselves, it would be really fucking nice if my body was generally more feminine.
Yes.
Counterpoint, trans people invented them first. Sorry.
True.
What? Huh?
Yeah. Ancient Greek transitioning is a thing.
Oh,
it is. It is. It is.
We have always been here. We have always been here, and technically we were the first people to invent HRT.
That's very true.
Still, the point is that increasing my the end point, I'm gonna leave this as the last thing I say because I want to let other people speak, is that increasing resources for trans people will not only help trans people.
Yes.
It'll help anyone, at a bare minimum, it will help anyone who struggles with gender dysphoria, and a lot more than that still, if we don't gatekeep it.
Agreed.
There's no such thing, and there never has been, as being trans enough to use the healthcare.
Exactly. I agree. Astra, hun?
Yeah.
You can go. Would you like to go ahead and answer as well? Let me know if you need me reread it.
Yeah. I've been out online to some friends since like early 2019, probably somewhere around there.
Okay.
And then I think the first person or group of people that I had come out to were some online friends that I'm no longer close with or really friends with. I hope they're doing all right wherever the heck they may be. I hope they're better people, frankly. And I'm out to basically everyone in my life. I'm not sure if like far-reaching extended family members know the everything. It's not really my job to disseminate that information at this point, and
that's fair.
I also just don't care.
That's fair.
But yeah.
If I may ask, I know that you said you came out first to online friends. Do you remember who was the first person, like IRL, that you told? Was it someone in your family?
It was probably either my mother or maybe my mother. Maybe. I'm not entirely certain, honestly.
I love that for you.
Probably my mom, though. I didn't really have any IRL friends at that point, so...
That's fair.
Probably
Gosh.
my mom.
Imagine not being
IRL friends are a nightmare.
Yeah, imagine not being chronically online. Speaking of chronically online, hi Fracta. Would you like to answer?
I've been attacked. I was just because I'm always online. Just mean it's chronic.
Listen, my condition is chronic, but these titties are iconic.
It's fucking true. It is.
Fun fact: did you know that I have tits?
Fun fact: yes. Also, they're really good. So, I have been out. So, time is difficult for me. I have been out for a very, very long time. Probably before I figured out I was trans, a lot of people who knew me as the person who does like to put on dresses. In fact, when I did come out, and this is a funny thing, one of the as part of the process with the terrible gender clinic, they were like, so we would like to make sure that you are socially transitioning and tell everybody you know that you are trans as part of this process. And I was like, well, most people know, I think, so I'll just go back through all the people who I haven't talked to in a few years and just tell them. And I got so many, oh yeah, that makes sense. Cool, I'm really happy for you. And at least one, I have always known you to be happier in a skirt.
I love that.
So basically, everyone was like, yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, that tracks. I hope you get nice titties.
Nice
yeah.
Did you get nice titties?
I got such good titties. Love them. So yeah, it was so good. What? You just said you had titties.
I didn't say they were nice.
What? Madness.
That's fair. That's fair. Faye did not.
Not even symmetrical.
Boobs are never symmetrical. I'm sorry to tell you this.
What? Yeah. Did you not read the pamphlet? No tits are symmetrical. Mine are.
I had to break it to you. Nobody's titties are exactly the same.
Yeah, you gotta read those pregnancy things. Oh, sorry, not pregnancy. Puberty. Puberty informatics.
I didn't get a fucking pamphlet.
Of you, Girl Scout.
That was not part of the information that I read about.
Oh my
That's okay.
goodness.
You can get some. Hello, yay!
Welcome back, and Noelle, you're just in time.
Hello.
It's your turn next, actually.
We have to
My
promo
turn?
Noel. We skipped
Yes,
the
Yeah.
yes,
Noel
I am
promo
gonna
earlier.
post. So first, if you want to tell us your name, your pronouns,
Promo yourself.
and if you're a content creator and where the people can find you, while I shout you out.
Oh God, I didn't study for
It,
this.
it's okay.
You
Yeah.
didn't study for this. Shut the fuck
You
up.
didn't
I don't
study
remember
for
who I came out to
introducing
first.
yourself for
Yeah,
knowing
I don't
your
know what to
name.
say. Hi, my name is Noelle Delphine Mystique, and I am the cat girl and keeper of the glowing sunflower inn. My pronouns are she, her. You can find me at twitch.tv/it's Noelle now, not later, now. Let's see, what else? Was there another question?
And then so we're on question 2, but I'll give you question 1. So question 1 was, how long have you identified as non-cisgendered, and do you have a preferred identity that you like best, such as trans, non-binary, both, queer, agender, etc.?
So I identify, I guess like I cracked my egg and everything, in September of 2018. And I see myself as trans. I'm trans femme.
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. You said, did you want to go for she, her, or she, they?
She, her, yes.
She, her. That's what I thought. Okay.
Oh
Yeah.
wait,
I really
just
should know
remembered
that.
something.
I really should know that. And then let me just repin this so that it includes your pronouns. So if people need, and then the question that we're on right now is, how long have you been out? Where and with whom are you out? And who was the first person you came out to?
So about a month or 2 after I discovered it, I came out to my partner at the time. And they were supportive when it fit their needs. But, yeah. But I slowly over a couple of years came out to a couple of friends. I was very like nervous. I was concerned and scared because I have a couple of my best friends are like super dude bro, like
That's fair.
yeah, like very very cishet dude bro guys. And I was like, I have conservative family, so I don't know if they'll accept me, but this is who I am and how I want to identify. And I was honestly very scared and nervous messaging them. And they were both like, if your family doesn't accept you, we're your family, you're fine.
Aww.
It was really sweet. A couple of years later, three and a half, it was 2022, on Trans Day of Visibility, I came out to my mom and my sister, and then just I came out on Facebook with a fucking meme.
That's the way to do
Honestly,
it, right?
Yeah.
With the
that's how you
galaxy
do it.
brain meme, it's like it's like coming out like this way, coming out this way, and then it's like the biggest galaxy brain is like just posting this meme.
If I hadn't already been out, or the person that's like, I want people in space to know I'm gay, I probably would have been the person that did one of those like videos where it's like, send this to someone. If someone sends this to you, it means they're gay.
That's so funny.
And then Brassica. Boop, boop, boop.
Yes.
Your turn.
It is your turn.
Actually, may I delay this just a tiny bit for a little tidbit that I forgot that seems incredibly important in my head.
Sure.
Fembi. That's I like that term. I like using it.
You goober.
Fembi. You
God.
literally asked this, and my brain was like, "Oh my god."
Go ahead, Brassy.
Fembi.
Honestly, there's no clear timeline to how long I've been out because I started taking hormones before telling anybody about it.
Oh, really?
It was a very quiet realization on my part, and
Okay.
once I got over my initial terror and panic in my head, I just went to a therapist that, worked with trans people, and I just started getting medication. And over time, with that and growing out my hair and stuff, my family that I lived with at the time just kind of started to know.
Okay.
And it's really weird and nebulous. I never had like a definitive coming out moment. And the only person I ever really came out to, like, if you think about it in terms of you sit down with them and like lay out, everything about yourself, is probably my mom when I went to go visit her on the other side of the country, like several months after I started taking medication.
Okay.
And I'm out with all of my immediate family. I didn't actually start going by my new name until I moved cities recently.
Really?
I didn't start going by this name or proper pronouns until I moved and was in a completely new environment where I could just kind of be a different person.
I mean, that's fair. And this, I feel like the answer is that you guys have given for this question is one of the reasons, the things I envisioned when I started this event was because everybody's answers were so different, and I love that. And even if we have some commonalities, the idea that we all had like different ways to be trans, different ways to like experience that like beginning journey is I love that. I love that. My own answer would probably be so I came out pretty close to when I realized it. So I've probably realized it for about 3 years. I think I had my name legally changed about 2 years ago. Like summer, like I think I got it done. Oddly enough, I got my name changed right at July 4th. Well, like July 3rd technically, because the courts would have been closed. But my court date to have my name changed and ready to go get my new ID and stuff was July 3rd. So it's been so it's been a little under 2 years since I've had my name changed. My coming out was a little bit of like, and I feel like being a streamer changed it a little bit too, because in my case I was already like an active streamer in a lot of people's communities when I realized that I was non-binary, and so mine just kind of came out over time, just like whenever anybody interacted with me, because obviously, if I'm a public face and people see me in my streams, and I remember I came out with an announcement saying that I had come to the terms that I was non-binary and that I will be using they them pronouns now. And then eventually I changed my handle as well as my IRL name. I definitely had a little bit, I think my family and my work were some of the first ones that were like outside of my online life, and they handled it wonderfully. They were super, super supportive. My family, I definitely had to kick him in the ass a little bit, but I would say my friends in Demi's community was probably the first people that I was like, you know what? I think I'm non-binary and I think I want to pick a new name.
Oh, that reminds me of another important detail that I totally forgot.
Is it that you have boobs?
No, it's actually a relevant detail to the trans journey thing. I didn't pick a new name.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I did. Until, like, well after. It was like, I believe, over a year into HRT.
Okay.
And I realized that I started identifying more so with the online tag names I used than my actual.
So your actual IRL name.
Like, it's time to change this.
Mm.
So that's another point that I feel like is important. I apologize for being ADHD. Actually, I changed my mind. Fuck you. I don't apologize.
Imagine. Is there wait, is there anybody here that isn't ADHD?
Trans and Neurospicy, we fit a mold, friends.
I was gonna say, like, Bean, Astro, me, and Fracta are all definitely ADHD. I'm pretty sure
You
Noelle is
don't
also
know
ADHD.
if I'm ADHD or not.
I'm not sure if Brassy is ADHD, but definitely Neurospicy.
I've told you I am.
Okay. I was like, my brain.
I mean, we all get along with Brassy. Isn't that evidence enough?
That's fair. That's super fair.
That she's neurospicy.
That's super fair. That's super fair.
You ever met a neurotypical person and thought to yourself,
That's super
you know what?
Fair.
I vibe with you.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
me vibing with somebody is like definitionally, yeah, you're probably neurospicy.
Queer and neurospicy or both. Our next question is, was there someone that you came out to who reacted in a way that maybe you didn't expect? And it could be that maybe they reacted better than you expected or worse. And obviously this is a question that can sometimes be really difficult for people. And so you can, if you only want to do with the good, that is absolutely fine. If you want to share both, that is also fine. All right. Bean, would you like to start?
Why not? Mine's short and sweet. So I have been very fortunate in that there haven't been many, I can't recall many, at least off the top of my head, experiences where I had a flat out, like, bad reaction to coming out.
Okay.
Though, and, like, but I would refer back to the, conversation with my brother, where he was like, you know, you could take HRT, you could have a more feminine body as probably the closest thing relevant to that. None of my coming outs have been very big. It's mostly just, hey, by the way, I'm trans. Or I make a little pun as like a litmus test for somebody referencing it, and it's never been something actually beyond notifying them that I am trans, and yeah.
I love that. Astro?
There we go. I knew there were some family members that I knew weren't going to react great, but I didn't expect the specific wording of the not so great reaction. I will say that.
Oh, like more, rather than just saying, I don't support this, but being really ugly about it?
Oh, yeah, it was like very specifically, what's in your pants? I answer, that means you're a girl.
Oh, gross. I hate that for you.
Ew.
Yeah, it was real gross and icky.
Do you have any ones that were better?
Since then, so
do you have any ones?
progress.
Yeah. Do you have any ones that were maybe better than you expected?
I can't really think of anyone.
That's okay.
Yeah, I can't really think of anyone really.
If you do, we can come back around when we're done with everyone else, and if you want to share something. Fracta?
Yeah, I'll help.
So there was, of course, that earlier one that I mentioned that I really, really enjoy of the, I've always known you to be happiest when you're in a skirt. There was also, there was plenty of other ones. There is, I didn't expect it when I came out to my partner of the time because I knew them to be, incredibly trans positive, and they literally just shut it down entirely. It kind of killed the relationship. in
Oof.
short order. Yeah.
Gross.
They're just like, yeah, yeah. I was like, wait, you don't get to say how I feel about anything, honestly.
Ew.
And, like, especially about this. So, no,
Ew.
that's pretty gross.
And
And
and unfortunately that is an experience that a lot of us that some queer people will have, where we'll have somebody that is presents as very like, I'm a safe person, I'm very trans safe and queer accepting. But then there's this weird thing that happens sometimes when it's like it's only if it's someone that's not close to them. Like, it's sort of like a woman saying, I support trans people, but then their child comes out as trans, and then it's like, no, not my child. And
I like
it's
it,
pretty gross.
but when it's far, I'm okay with
Yes.
it when it's far away from me.
Yes, and not even that. It's more like a, it's not even always that. It's just this concept of, it's sort of like but I can't believe it happened to me. And it becomes something that it's not necessarily that they think it's bad. It's just something that they did not have it in their plan to integrate that into their own personal life and can't take it. And I am very sorry that happened to you, Fracta. Mwah. Kisses.
Thank you. It's all right. My parents are pretty cool, which I was not super expecting. It took my mom a while to get around to it. My dad is very forgetful in general and has forgotten his children's names. So and every single time that he remembers, I praise him very highly for it. And every time that he forgets, I go, yeah. I shoot him a stink eye, but it doesn't need to be any more than that.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I know that they love and care for me, so that's all right. That's pretty good. Like,
Yeah.
it's
Names
better
are
than...
hard.
Yeah, the names are hard. From the man who once called one of his children the dog's name. Pronouns could be a little tricky, Okay, yeah. Let's see. There's a lot of cool things out there. Let me think.
It's a dog's name.
Yeah, I can't think of anything else that was like very, very, very surprising. But like, oh, yes. I did have a wonderful moment at my first wedding after coming out, where I was with a friend who was who just showed their support in a very sweet way. It's like, I'm going to the bathroom. You want to come? And I was just like, wait, I'm in the pee parade. We're going on the pee parade.
Oh, that's really funny. I love that for you.
I was just like,
that for you.
Welcome to the sisterhood. We go on piss.
We're kind of... Oh
yeah,
boy.
So
I swear
silly.
to God, what is it with the VTuber space? No matter where I go, even when it's not intended to be piss always comes up somehow. But anyway.
Doesn't it?
I also discovered why that happens so much as well. It's because there's such a long wait sometimes for a stall that it's like, okay, now we just got to chat. We got to chat. We're going to be here for like 5 minutes. It's so funny.
Piss pals apparently is a thing.
Piss pals.
Piss
pals.
Anyway, in no relation whatsoever, Noelle, it is your turn.
Yeah, I like how piss came up in conversation, and now all of a sudden it's my turn.
Head pat.
Head pats.
It's okay. It's okay. You're good. You're good girl and very, very not piss girl, and we love you.
Exactly. We have quite literally washed our hands of that. So for me, I kind of jumped the gun and already gave a couple of the ones that I wasn't expecting, but
Oh no, you're good.
I guess to kind of I guess one would be like my mom took it a little better than expected at first. Um, she was very confused by it all. Um, and then 6 months later, after not seeing me, she's like, "You need to get your hair cut so that way you look presentable for like finding a job." And I was like, "I'm not cutting my hair. I told you about this 6 months ago." And her response was, "You're still thinking like that?
Oh.
Well,
Yo.
I just want to let you know, you would make a very ugly woman."
What the fuck?
And I think my response was, "Thanks, bitch. I appreciate that." So somebody else reminded me later, you would kind of look like her. I think she has internalized hatred.
Ooh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
But
Okay.
last year I sat down and had like a really like serious in-depth talk with her, and um she was like, I kind of shed some light on like when I thought I was mask, I wanted to die. I was so miserable that I wanted to die on more than one occasion. And
Yeah.
and she never knew. And I told her like one of my favorite it's funny because you showed him to me a while back. One of my favorite toys as a kid was one my sister owned, which were these
Yes, the precious
yeah,
moments. The precious play.
the precious
The
moments.
precious
Yep,
plays.
with
Yeah.
or treasured memories or whatever the hell they were called. And it was like a little doll set that had little keys and magnets. You can move the little people around in their homes and turn on lights and shit. It was cute. That was my favorite toy. And I told her all of this stuff, and she had like didn't really like it was finally slowly starting to click. And she told me, that she would support me.
Yeah.
She's like, "I don't understand," and I said, "I don't expect you to. You're
Yeah, I
surrounded by
know.
cis hetero people."
Yeah.
But she's like, I support you. I love you, and I support you.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
it feels like she finally saw that it was like this isn't just something that just came along one day. It's
yeah,
something
I
that's
had to
always been
push
there.
that to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and funny enough, I think probably after this today, I will probably reach out and because I'm sure if I call her, she'll dead name me because we're still working on names and pronouns and stuff. And I think today I'll work on specifically saying, um, let's work on calling me Noel. Let's not work on the dead name anymore. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
I don't go by that name anymore, Mom. It's Noel now.
I love that that's where your handle came from. Was the just like the foot down of being like, no, it's Noel now.
That's not my name. It's Noel now. And I came up with
Not
that
later.
idea. Not later, now. But I came up with that idea, and I had a friend that was like, "You have to start streaming under that name. That's so good."
That's
And
really cute.
funny
So
enough, one of my
that's why you're
friends.
called that.
Yep, absolutely. Also, not to derail too much, but the reason why I'm an innkeeper is because it's Noel now's initials are INN.
Yes, I remember you telling me
God.
that. I remember you telling me that,
Yep,
and
not everybody knows that
yeah.
one.
I had no idea. I was as
Yep,
clueless as a newborn babe.
yep.
Well, that's
But no,
because
yeah,
you
I
weren't
went by
born yet.
it's funny, one of my favorite streamers, the first time I met them, they were like, "No, Mom, I don't go by that name anymore. It's Noel now." And then laughed about it because they're like, I made a little joke, and I'm like, "But that's the reason. That's the reason. You did it. You got it."
I adore that.
Right?
Barassi?
Yeah, I don't have much to say about this particular question because I
That's okay.
didn't know. I didn't have many people in my life outside my immediate family. I guess my mother reacted a little bit better than I expected because I expected her to ask a bunch of questions and be kind of skeptical. But she took everything in stride and was cool with it. I think the only member in my family who would have reacted badly is dead now, so I don't have to worry about
That helps.
yeah.
anybody that took it badly. As far as like surprising, I would say maybe I don't think it was the reaction to me coming out that surprised me. It was more the interest in trying to do better that maybe took me a little bit by surprise. Work was fantastic. I have my clinical director is someone I've worked with for 10 years, and every so often she like slips up and says my dead name, and she's super apologetic, and she's like, oh, I've known you for so long, and I was like, it's okay. I feel like my pronouns take a lot more work than my name. My name is completely across the board. My pronouns, sometimes I still have to poke people. I think actually, you know what? I take that back. One of the reactions that surprised me wasn't that it was good, but the level of good that was there. So when I came out, I'd already been in my company for a very, very long time. And we use a group chat that we use for our stuff called GroupMe. So we have we have groups that are like the entire center, and then we have groups that are team specific. I was about to leave the other clinic, and one of the supervisors I'd worked with for so long, and there was my supervisor that when I first initially said that I was going by a new name and different pronouns, and not only did she accept that and was very sweet, which I knew she would be, but she also sent me this message where she's like, I don't know much about it, but I'm here to support you in any way I can, and was basically like, you know, if you want me to be the one that like tells the family that you're going by a new name, because I was in the middle of a team at that time, if you if you want some support in some way with like, you know, sharing this request to change to the team or to like the family in particular, like they were there to do whatever they thought that they could do to help and support me, which was just an extra step, and it was so sweet and unexpected. Especially, I feel like part of it just because of, you know, and we were talking about this earlier before the stream, given how much toxicity there is in like workplaces. So I was so conditioned to think of that the worst could happen, and that's what I got, and it was very, very beautiful, and goddamn, I'm so glad that I was out of my other jobs before I came out. Whew. 'Cause damn. All right, and then we've already talked about this a little bit, but if there's anybody who isn't aware that you've heard us use the term egg or cracking their egg, because I totally didn't just discover this term in the last year. I'm not dumb or anything, but
Really?
Yes, I did. I discovered it from Oshio.
Really?
I was like, wait a
Damn.
minute. I did not know the term egg.
Really?
I know, I'm really stupid. It's fine. You only discovered it 2 weeks ago! I love it. Okay, someone else be silly with me. I love it. So an egg, if you've ever heard people refer to it, an egg, and I adjusted the wording for this a little bit because I don't like wording that was like, this is how it is. No. So an egg is a person who may be trans but has not realized or accepted their gender identity, or and I love that it says maybe, because who the fuck knows except them. But you know, as we've said, a lot of us queer and trans people have a way of like sort of like recognizing ourselves.
Is a thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, we see little things and we're just like, oh, I think something's coming. So an egg is what we call the person who may be trans and maybe hasn't realized it or accepted their identity. And then the experience of that first jolt realizing and starting to understand themselves as trans is called cracking their egg. And ooh, music, can you please stop fucking up? Thank you.
Yeah, music. What the fuck? Sorry.
Yeah. Homophobic. Transphobic.
Transphobic.
So, and I know some of us have shared some of this, and it's okay if you've shared some of this information before, or if you want to elaborate. And it's also always okay that if you want to give shorter answers or less detailed answers for comfort, or that's completely fine. So the question is, was there a particular experience you can think of that cracked your egg? And what was your first time? What would you say your first time or first experience was with gender euphoria and gender dysphoria? Bean, would you like to go first?
Okay.
Music.
So, I can't really tell you the gender dysphoria part, because that's like...
That's fair.
It's like a thing where it's constant, so there's no real first input.
Okay.
And again, the cracking of my egg was a very gradual thing. Because, like, I went from, I'm not trans, to, you know what, sure, I'll go by they, them, that feels right, but I'm not really trans. And the process from going to cis to openly, like, feeling it was very, very gradual. If I was to name one moment, it would be a rant by my, that I was listening to by, my sister, actually, who is cis, who was waxing on about, not about how she wants to be identified as girl, but she doesn't want that identification to mean anything aside from that she is the girl. And my brain just that was probably the crackiest moment I had. And I was just, and that's when I decided, fuck gender, I don't need it.
That's fair. Did you have an early moment of euphoria that you'd like to share?
Yes, actually. Yes, actually. It is the first, so when first shopping for clothing. This is also when I consider my transition to have actually started. It is when I started more actively taking steps to feel comfortable in my skin. It was the first time I tried on, I had tried on a few dresses and such, but there's this one outfit that I love. It's like almost a tunic. There's a good chance you've seen me post something.
Oh yes, I think I remember. Yeah, I think
it's
I remember.
It's like a tunic, and it has cold shoulders and like weird green, and like weird half see-through green sleeves and bell bottoms, and like a chain in the middle.
Ooh.
That was one of the first outfits I really lucked out finding that, and trying on that outfit was, without a doubt, my first gender euphoria experience.
I love that for you.
And I have tried on dresses and skirts various times, and I do not like them.
I love that for you. That is a great one.
That is the first gender euphoria moment for me. Again, dysphoria is like, it's been happening. It's kind of like pre-transition. It was basically a constant feeling, but I didn't have the words for it. To call it dysphoria, I was just I hate how I look. Actually, another moment is when I actually started growing out my hair. This was before I knew that I was trans. This was like in middle school. Looking back at it, it was that would actually probably be the first instance of euphoria, is when I got to the point where I had long hair and the curls could start to show. And for the longest time, I absolutely refused to cut it under any circumstances because it was the only part of me that I didn't have that I not only didn't have active dysphoria about, but that I had a gender euphoria about. But I'm actually thinking of getting it cut now. Astro.
Judgment.
That's my answer.
There we go. My sound alert was being dumb.
Judgment.
I was trying to make the Binding of Isaac sound judgment when you said don't judge me.
Wait, what did it?
The sound.
What did I say?
I don't remember, but you said something and I went to hit the alert and I was like, huh, that alert didn't work. It's fine.
Anyway,
that
is my first
yeah,
gender euphoria and kind of the first crack. I'd say that's the first crack, but there had been a slow eroding of the egg previous to that.
Face at crack. I'm such a child.
I think my coming out is about as gradual as you get, to be honest.
Yeah. That's fair. The egg was peeled. A boiled egg. Your egg was boiled and peeled.
I mean, yeah. Kinda.
Astro. Astro?
Hey,
Oh, there you are. I was like, did you die? Go ahead.
Astro, you're not dead! Yay!
No, just getting things done at the same time. Multitasking and all that.
I'm so proud of you. Go ahead.
But there's nothing really particular that cracked the egg that I can think of. It just kind of was a realization I had one day. And first thing with like dysphoria is every time I would get ready for like an orchestra concert, just nothing ever fit right. And it just all of the icky.
What do you think of that place? There's a
Okay. And then euphoria wise, probably the first time I either put on a binder, then yeah.
Ooh.
Yay, clothes.
That's a pretty good one. Fracta.
Wait, before Fracta, there's an important note that I want to note.
What's that?
So, upon, like, putting on the gothic attire that I have come to adore, I would like to point it out that I had been on HRT for a year. I'd just like to point out that the tipping point wasn't any changes to my body or, boobs. It was the clothing. I just feel like that's notable.
Swishy skirt goes spinny, spinny. Swishy skirt goes spinny, spinny. Oh, that's a good bongo cat. Trust Ard must have a good bongo cat. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Did I ever have my egg cracked? I don't even remember. I think the moment that I just realized was I was just like, oh wow, I'm getting older and noticing like secondary puberty things a lot and going, I really, really, really do not want to be an old guy. I don't think that is a thing that I can see. And my brain just went, and I was like, no, I'd rather be a nice older lady instead. That this is what I wish. I don't remember too well, but that was the major thing. I do remember my first time feeling dysphoria was
I'm inventing a porn video game.
Let this man work. No one is to disturb him.
Screams, and my first time feeling gender euphoria was probably, well, if we're going all the way back, pre-teenage, in that school play, dressing up as a girl for the part in the play, and having a long switchy skirt and going spin, 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 stim, 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 skirt go spinny, skirt go spinny.
I love that for you, sweetheart.
Yeah.
Noelle?
Newell?
So, my egg cracking experience, I should have had like 30 or 40. There were so many signs. How did I not see the signs? But the one that finally got me was I didn't even own a VR yet, but I had like desktop version of VR chat. And I found like an avatar in one of the avatar worlds that was very trans flag colored and themed. Like she had little trans hearts on her eyes, and she had like a pink. She had like platinum blonde hair, but like pink and blue skirt kind of like dress and et cetera, right? And I was in one of the worlds, and some random girl runs up and she's like, oh, "Is that like the trans flag?" And I was like, "Yeah," and because I had a couple of friends that were trans, right? But I thought the model was cute, and so like me and this girl started hanging out and talking, and a couple of other people started coming over and hanging out with us, and we went to like some kind of like truth or dare world, and she asked me like, do you think that you'll like go through with like the full transition? And I was like, transition? No, nothing like that. I was like, I've got a very conservative family. I wouldn't be like very cute. I'm way too like masculine. And she goes, I was like, it's it's nothing like that. And she goes, oh, that makes me really sad. And I was like, why would that make you sad? And she says, because you won't get to be the person that you really are. And I was like, what? And so like we hung out for a little bit longer, and when I logged off of the game, I just kind of looked at my reflection in the screen and went, uh-oh.
Whoopsie daisy.
Yeah, and so that's how I cracked my egg, was because of VR chat.
I love that.
Yeah. I think my first time with gender euphoria, it's kind of a several things. It's like, for me, it was the first time I used to work for a very large corporate coffee chain, world renowned. Not to name any names or anything. But there was one morning where I was working on my vocal training, and somebody came through the drive-through, and so all they have is the speaker, and I'm like, thanks for choosing Starbucks. What can I get for you? And they were like, yes, ma'am. Could I get a... And I was like, oh, yes. Oh. Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
Yes. Oh,
can I...
Yeah?
God. I really want to share a vaguely problematic moment of gender euphoria.
Okay.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'm going to share a less problematic moment of gender euphoria afterwards.
It was really funny. I'm sorry. This came to me just now. I just started like trying to doing voice training, and I was playing Overwatch, and someone called me a thought, and I had this hilarious moment of just going, oh my god, I both hate this person so much, but also like fuck you, and also thanks.
That's what you call gender euphoria, not
gender euphoria. Oh yeah.
It's like when the old man in the drive-thru line is all like, "Thanks, baby," and you're like, "Oh, well, wait a minute, hold up. Do I hate this for like this?"
Yeah.
I hate this for some reason, but I kind of like it for others.
Right? Yeah, this is grossly affirming.
I heckled through that match for them.
Euphoria. I'm gonna have to steal that. Jesus.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Oh,
mine's a
so
little
good.
bit more simple.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At my last checkup in the doctor, I got asked if I was pregnant, followed by just the most insidious giggling possible, as you can imagine.
Oh gosh,
Oh.
that's funny.
I love it when my doctor asks me if I'm pregnant. I'd be like, yeah, that would be super amazing. That would be super special.
Yeah, same.
The
It's
thing
like,
is
am I
that
the
as
Virgin
the
Mary?
doctor was doing this, she was also pulling up my charts and stuff. So it was right there for her.
Some people are dumb.
She just didn't read.
So are you pregnant? No, ma'am, I'm just fat.
Don't fucking call me out like this, Noel.
So another I almost said Euphoria moment was have you ever heard of Juicy Body Goddess?
Nope.
That sounds a little familiar.
It's a TikTok channel of a plus-sized African American business owner that got big thanks to TikTok by for body positivity and creating a clothing store that caters to only plus-sized people, really.
Okay.
And she got like really big on TikTok. She got on like Good Morning America. Her storefront is where I used to live, and when she got like an upgraded storefront at a new like mall location on the day of, I had my ex and like one other person and somebody that worked there like convinced me, you should grab a couple of things and try them on. And I was at a point where I was like, I'm not at that point yet. They're like, no, just try these on. These would look cute. And so completely scared in front of a store where the line for the dressing room is out the door, surrounded by cis women, I go in and I try something and I walk out wearing the first thing, and the whole store erupted in support to the point where when the business owner, Summer herself, heard, she snatched her phone, ran over and made a TikTok. And so it blew up on TikTok of me talking about we support trans people, we support all bodies. All bodies can be juicy body goddesses and everything. And it was super affirming because I was at a point where like I hadn't started HRT, I hadn't started voice training. I was at a point where like I was still mostly closeted, and that was a really like super affirming situation for me too. That was really nice.
That's an amazing God, that had to also be like super fucking terrifying.
Oh, 100%.
Like, oh my god, I'm a baby trans person, and everyone's looking at me, and I'm on the internet.
And I don't know how much you know about like RuPaul's Drag Race or whatever, but there were a couple of like even like Silky Nutmeg Ganache and a couple of like the drag queens from there were like commenting on it and like showing support. And I was like, what the hell is happening right now?
Oh my fucking god, that's amazing.
Oh god, I would be mortified.
Oh, I will find the TikTok and
I was gonna say, oh my god, you should also like see if you can duet it and be like, when I was a baby trans girl.
Oh my gosh, a VTuber duet, let's go.
Oh my god, that's insane. Brassica, my darling Brassica Rabbit.
Brassica.
Yes.
You see, I always say your name like that because in my head, mispronouncing things in horrible, obtrusive ways is kind of like your thing.
Is that really what you associate me with?
Yes! Yes, it is!
Huh.
Oh my god.
Specifically when you're being flustered by something, by women.
Bean is adorable. Bean is adorable.
Like femme people.
Yeah, Bean is Bean is adorable. Brassica's adorable. Brassica's very adorable when she's getting flustered.
Oh, it's glorious. That is one of the main things I associate you with. Is horrible, awful mispronunciations.
So, side note to anybody who's in my Discord, which by the way, I should probably drop a link for my Discord. Anybody who's been in Discord with me and has seen me, like when I have that entrance sound of, haha, you're just a bottom. That was actually from Brassy's Discord.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that from Phineas and Ferb though?
I think so. But the sound, but the person whose server I took it from was Brassy's.
Yeah, I went and ripped the audio file out of the recording of the episode myself.
Oh my god, that's dedication. I adore you. Thank you.
I mean, I've done that with all my sound
also,
effects.
Also, Thumpy.
Yes. Oh boy.
Disrespectfully.
Sippy time.
Fuck you, you whore. I am not cute.
Alright, everybody take a sippy, and it is Brassy's turn.
Oh, no.
So there's one specific thing that I would constitute as cracking my egg, but it was definitely built up to, because there was over the course of a couple years I was at a rough point in my life, and I was one of those guys that was obsessed with Yuri for some weird reason that I couldn't possibly understand why.
Oh, I wonder why. I wonder why you of all people would be. Sorry,
It's okay.
Sorry. Please continue.
And I don't know, there was something about women being in a relationship with each other that, like, caught me in a way that I felt super guilty about. And this was also when I was around, like, just getting an understanding of what being trans was. And there was something always in the back of my mind that was like, you know, I hate the way my body is and the way that I am in the world, that I tried to stifle as much as possible. This was a truth about myself that I didn't want to accept. And then at some point during the pandemic, I played a visual novel. That was entirely like a lesbian romance / ghost mystery sort of deal. And one of the characters in this story was trans, and it was a very, it's a very good game, very, very pretty, very beautiful. And then afterwards, like after I played it, something clicked in my brain, and like I think I just started crying, because it was equal parts like relieving and upsetting, because it was I thought that it would be like a harrowing experience in my life to start transitioning, and that it was gonna be really difficult, but yeah, my egg was cracked by playing a gay visual novel. You may make fun of that if you like.
It's fitting for you. It's really fitting. The other thing I associate with you is absurd acts of lesbianitude.
Well, wait. What acts are you thinking of specifically?
Yes.
I don't think they're that absurd.
Yes.
I mean, and Brassica knows this. I do love your model's eyes.
Yeah.
They're very lesbian.
The pair that's the lesbian flag or the normal one?
The
pairs that aren't the lesbian flag or the normal one?
And I mean, I can't blame you for feeling that way. I mean, especially when when our culture has done such a good job of giving us reasons, some unfound, but some real reasons to fear being open as ourselves. for fear of whether it's just ostracizing or actually legitimate like physical danger to us for just being who we are. So I get it, that feeling of a relief of that you unlocked something about yourself, but also the fear of what that actually means for you and your future.
It's something that I'm still unpacking, especially given our current socio-political climate. You know,
can we not talk about the current socio-political climate, please?
I wasn't going to.
Sorry.
But yeah, no, very, very understandable. Cause yeah, no, we won't go into detail about that. But yeah, just I agree. Especially right now, there's a lot of scary things happening, and it can that can definitely be an influence on us living our lives as trans people and feeling comfortable enough to do so. I would say for me, my well, I said my egg crack was probably like when I was talking to my friend Demi about like how they discovered they were non-binary. I was like, huh, that sounds familiar. As far as my euphoria and dysphoria, though, it's fun. So I don't think I really felt. I don't feel like I really remember any distinct feelings of those before I came out. After I came out, well, actually, looking back, when I said I had a new name, my mom actually noted, they're like, yeah, you've never really liked your name. You've always had a weird thing about your name. And hi, Mara. Mwah. I think my gender, and I can't remember who did it. Somebody in my chat did this. I want to say it was Taki that did this, where somebody, my first real clear, oh yes, this is euphoria, is when somebody tried saying mix instead of miss or mister to me. I think that was my first, like, wow, that is euphoria. This gives me tingles, and I like. Oh, which reminds me. Oh fuck! Did I write it wrong? Hold on. How do you spell Twixie's name?
Twixe.
Oh, E. I put an extra, and then Gobo.
Hi, Twix.
Is it Gobo? No, they're not here, but,
Oh.
Is it this?
Very
nope.
good, Beam.
Fucking Christ! Hold on.
We do love
because if you...
Twix.
Yes, because if you don't know... What's that? Double what?
Double B. Wait, can I do it? I have the power.
Yeah, you have the power to do it. So if you guys aren't aware, there's going to be a special event. There's a special event going on that Twixie's going to be running to help support our lovely friend Mara, who is dealing with some very tough times right now. So, also, Twixie is just an amazing being. And, you know, if you like Vor, extra points.
So many extra points.
Also, they are also a fellow trans creator that we love and adore.
Twixie's a sweetie.
Then, yeah, Twixie is a sweetie. So, our next question is, did another of your identity, do you, like, I guess this is about sharing how your other identities have intersected with, like, your trans identity. So it could be things like, as a BIPOC person, as a disabled person. It could be about maybe, you know, culturally related. For me, I would say that my autistic identity, which I know a lot of people who know me know that is a big part of me. And given not only myself, but me working with autistic individuals for a living. And there's definitely this feeling of us not always being accepted as trans or queer people in general. Because there's this idea, there's this dismissiveness that comes, and often comes for a lot of people with different kinds of like neurological problems or neurological disabilities, where they infantilize us and see us the same as the most severe cases, and thus assume that we are not able to process and understand gender, and therefore we can't be trans, which is absolutely the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. If anything, it makes it more, because there's been studies and stuff that have shown that the rate of queer people that overlap with autistic people, or neurodivergent in general, but autism in particular, that you're actually likely to find a much higher number of queer people, in particular people who are bisexual, people that are trans, and people that are ace. And trans in particular, because of how we process, the way we process and understand gender, that we're often tend to be more like open-minded and aware of gender in different ways than most people, and so we are often much more likely. So a lot of autistic people are fall into the trans community as well. And then Bean, would you like to start?
Of course, but after me, I want Brassy to go.
What's up?
After me, I want Brassy to go.
How are we doing this list?
Brassy, apparently we're yoinking you out of line.
Okay.
Why?
Great.
It just makes it complicated for everybody in the call and also the viewers.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely. That's perfectly as intended.
I feel like we should probably stick with just going down the line, because it is much more simplistic.
Fine.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway,
no chaos
if I were to claim another identity to impact the trans, I would say it would be the TISM. As it's a lot of what you just said, but also just I didn't, and I know this is not unique to me, but anyway, I get to talk about my experiences right now. I never really osmosised a lot of the fucking culture around me. I didn't get it. I had to fucking study it, like, protracted, and go out, do a thing with the purpose of, like, observing people and studying the culture so I could understand it and maneuver my way through it. And this also extends to, like, gender stuff. My connection with gender only actually got strong after I started being trans. But yeah, it's just sort of, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm gonna shove Brassy into the hot seat next.
No, I'm gonna keep this going in the line. Go ahead, Astra.
I think really the autism and everything does affect everything and all at once, because gender as it exists currently is a social construct. I'm autistic. I don't really get or understand those in the same way that a neurotypical person would be, and so on. And it's like, so like, sure is a thing, and I'm pretty sure I have one, but like sometimes I'm not so sure.
That's very fair.
I think I have more thoughts on this, but come back to me later.
Okay.
At a later point in time.
Fracta?
Yeah. I mean, the neurospicy definitely it does affect it. Um, I would say that from my experience of it, it's like a case of, well, I care less about being fully like socially acceptable and just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna be out and visually and explicitly trans because like I'm a weirdo anyway. So it matters less to me that I can step into that slightly discomforted bubble anyway, and then I just find myself happily surprised anyway that I am incredibly comfortable. Because I feel better about myself and my own expression. Uh, and I don't give a fuck if anybody is not having a good time about it, you know? Um, blah, um, ooh, as a gamer, I've always like picking the female character. That sort of that influences my experience as a trans person. I don't really play games with solo male protagonist in general. Um,
Character
like I
creator
didn't
IRL.
character creator. Oh, character creator, my
Oh
beloved.
God, yes. I would be like a little fake thing.
And speaking of as well, the as a gamer, I have played so many female characters in tabletop role playing games, like forever. Like so, you know that's a space where I get to have always gotten to perform gender of all types. There you go.
Ooh, yes, nerd
Yeah.
queer circles. I love those.
Yeah.
Noel.
I was a cishet white guy. I didn't really have any. No, I'm kidding. I was very much like the middle class, not like right wing, but I was very much just a cishet white bro. What do you mean I have privilege? I'm not some rich guy, until you finally learn like that privilege doesn't mean that you've had a cushy life, that feminism isn't just women that hate men, that, when you start to slowly learn like all the shit that other cishet white dudes that don't like minorities have been teaching you about forever, um, you become a better person. And so like I started to kind of realize some of those experiences when I stopped being part of the majority and joined the minority, if you will. Um, and I did have a very entertaining experience. Like, my ex had convinced me. She's like, if you're not comfortable being out yet, why don't you have an online presence? Like, create a Twitter account. Because I wasn't even really on Twitter. So I was like, okay, I'll create a Twitter account. And the number of times that I had some guy try to mansplain something to me just because I had a feminine name was outrageous. I was all like, what is happening here? Like, literally, my account has a feminine name instead of a masculine name, and almost nothing else was different. I had some guy try to explain to me about like specific basic level knowledge about like, I don't know, Ocarina of Time or something, and I'm like, my brother in Christ, I was playing this game when most of you was a stain on the mattress. Like what? Like, don't teach me these things I've experienced. It's insane how something as simple as a name change can change how people perceive you.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. And I completely agree with you, particularly with how you brought up like concepts of when identities of like privilege come in to intersect as well. I had to talk to my mom about the same thing. I had to be like, Mom, you realize that you have privilege in other ways, right? Like, you may have come from like a low income family background, but you realize that you're a white person. You're also you also have a a strong education, because she's a nurse, so she had a pretty formal education, and the fact that she is also from a generation that is also often perceived as being of having higher level of importance and input, and being in a position where they are a little bit more able to control both our political and our social climate going forward. And that's insane that we don't think about that. Blassie, ooh.
Me.
You.
I guess I don't know how much there is to add about privilege, because I've had similar experiences with all of that, having certain ways. Well, actually, it's interesting. I don't think I've ever been gendered correctly in public once. I've with people that don't know me and they just use a pronoun. It's not really transition hasn't really impacted how people talk to me that much, because they don't see anything different. But anyways, most directly, I think being ADHD has an impact, because I have crippling. God, I had the term in my head and I just forgot it. Where you can't do things.
Executive dysfunction.
Executive dysfunction. Yes, exactly. And it makes it hard to do a lot of things that I want to do with anything in my life, but especially with transition, like reaching out to the doctor when I need to, or going to get labs, or practicing makeup, or shaving my legs, or anything like that.
Yeah, mood.
It makes it hard to do anything, even when I really want to do it, which fucking sucks. And I really should try to get that medicated, but the last time that happened I got in a car accident, so I'm still a little hesitant.
No.
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt. Oh, sorry. I'm surprised that you said you get misgendered when you're out. I've met you. I'm still stunned by that.
Oh, yeah, I've never been some people who have seen me and haven't asked my pronouns beforehand. I've never heard a she or her.
That's insane.
Brassica, you are okay, guys, chat. If you have not seen Brassy, which a lot of you have not, but god damn, Brassy is so fucking pretty.
Very much so.
Like, what the fuck? This is a crime. This is a crime of the highest order.
Yeah.
You're all very sweet.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt or derail, but I was just stunned when you said that. I was like, how?
I don't know. That's just been my experience.
I'm sorry.
I don't know. Even when I was the one time I've been on a cruise ship, even when I was in a dress with full makeup, when the steward was coming by, I still got hit with the sir, and I was like, oh.
What the fuck?
Oh, okay, that's fine. And then less directly, I am a quarter Japanese, and my relationship with that has been strange, because I grew up, in my mother's household, and she had a strained relationship with her mother, which meant that who was Japanese, and she had a strained relationship, I think, with her culture in general. So I didn't grow up with a whole lot of that, other than my mom would sometimes make sushi and tempura and stuff. Anyway, I'm rambling. I've never felt 100% comfortable referring to myself as Asian, because, and I know this isn't a litmus test for being considered, any ethnicity, but I've never looked Asian enough to have been on the receiving end of any sort of racism. So it's a part of myself that is tucked away enough that it doesn't really impact my life, which makes me feel a little weird about admitting to it. And I think the instability of who I am racially kind of bleeds into the gender aspect of that, because for so long, like even when I recognized that I was trans, it took me a while to ever like want to call myself by she or pronouns or anything like that, because I just felt on the fence and wasn't sure if it was okay for me to call myself this thing. And it's, I don't know, I think it bled together in my mind. It's just not really knowing who I was and not feeling comfortable calling myself anything. Well,
I completely agree. I experienced a little bit of that feeling of, because as a person who is both non-binary as well as a person that is AFAB and still presents very feminine, this insecurity of, am I trans enough? Do I belong in these spaces? Can I use this term? And that is something I've been working on for like the last year in particular, of being more comfortable with referring to myself as trans, and feeling not just accepted, but that I belong. That when someone says this is a trans space, that I can be there. And I feel like that also falls under, for a lot of people who are, I say this with air quotes, but passing, which I know is an issue as well in the trans community. Which, you know, on one hand, yes, you know, that is a goal of some people. Some people do like that whole, like, when you say passing, as far as the idea of that if you were AFAB and now you're trying to be presented as a she, her, like, I could see how the term passing would be desired, because then it means, oh, people can see that I am this that they can see the person that I actually am and not the person I began presenting as. But also the toxicity of thinking that the idea that only the binary is the goal and is only the results that are possible, which probably didn't help with validating like my trans identity, and belonging in trans spaces as a non-binary person.
May I just kind of go again, because after listening to everybody, some more.
Yeah, if you'd like to say something else, go ahead.
Yeah, so being like in the neurodivergent spaces, I think at least having sort of the relationship with gender that I have as a concept is very complicated. Repeatedly, like in transness, there's this question of, am I trans enough? Blah, 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 blah. And the conclusion I came to wasn't anything like that actually made me start doing things about it. It wasn't anything actually that had to do with identity. The conclusion was simply, people won't get mad at me if I say I'm trans. And this is a medication that does things that will help me feel better about myself. Very sort of objectifying my own experience, if that makes sense. I like these little boxes and things. And being more confident still, I still kind of retain some of that mentality. You can see it most prevalently in sort of my opinions on trans resources that I talked about. But also on passing. One of my goals was to maintain sort of the ability to go boy mode, just because privileges are nice, and yeah, I'm kind of past that point. I have boobs now, and like I'd have to get a binder, and I don't want to deal with that. But a lot of the way I think about all of it is very objective. And I know for some people it's a very feelings-based thing, and it just simply is not for me.
Yeah. And I feel like passing is one of those things where it's sort of like person first and person first and identity first language. You know, some people like it one way, some people like it others, and I also would absolutely say that the idea of being someone who is quote unquote passing, whatever that may mean to each individual, whether good or bad, could also potentially also be a maybe not an identity, but an experience that also affects our trans identities and our trans experience.
The idea of passing is more so a thing of safety and a thing of controlling the way I am perceived.
Yes,
all of this I have gone under largely. It's only recently that I've been thinking about how do I want people to perceive me.
Yes.
And until then, it's how do I want to be able to perceive myself.
Yes.
But for me, a lot of the reason I think about it this way comes back to the fact that I don't osmosis values and the way I think, which is because, I'm neurodivergent.
Agreed.
I have the big tism, and I like things clear and boxed.
I like big tism, and I cannot lie. No, I'm just kidding. But yes, and I agree that it can also be an influence of, like, especially, without going into too much detail, just, the times that we're living in right now, particularly depending on where in the world you are, that is a big factor for maintaining your safety, and that can also be I guess a discourse that can sometimes be found in trans spaces as well.
And also because of the safety thing, the way I present myself around friends and around just when I properly go out, for instance, whenever I go out I have to do voice exercises. I've gotten to the point where I don't really care that much around friends because it's whatever. But it's the main reason I do voice exercise when I go out is because I prefer when people treat me. I prefer the way people treat me when I act more feminine.
Fair.
And so it's sort of just that sort of thing.
You're cute.
Anyway. That's my spiel for this time. I would like to go last this time.
Alright.
Listen, it's not because I want to shunt Brassy to the first spot. It's actually because I want to hear other people's thoughts first. Okay?
That's fair. That's fair.
It's not out of spite.
We can go on. We can go down the road the other way this time. Brassy,
for this one.
Yes. Brassy, would you want to go first, or would you like me to go first on this one?
I can do it.
What's up?
I can do it. It's fine.
All right, go ahead. So our question for number 6 is there any advice or something you wish you had more support on early in your journey, as well as something trans-specific maybe that you personally, as your current self, would give advice to your younger self with?
Oh, there's many things I'd love to yell at my younger self. 70% of it has nothing to do with being trans. Like to punt that little fucker down a flight of stairs. God damn.
I was a demon child.
Wow. Go ahead, Brassy.
Well, now I'm a demon mushroom.
All right, what you? So, what is advice or something that you wish you had more support on early in your journey?
I wish I had sought out people earlier, like other trans people, other like-minded people, so that I wouldn't have felt so isolated at the very beginning of, understanding that I was trans. I also, I think, would like to have been a little faster in terms of becoming medicated, because it took me a while to actually get started with any of that, and I really wish I had just gotten the ball rolling earlier, because that's something easy that you can just do, and it doesn't have to like change a lot about your immediate life.
Okay.
And if I go on about this too long, I'll start getting off topic, so I'll just leave it at that for now. That I wish I had started certain things earlier and sought out more trans people to talk to.
Do you think there's any kind of advice your current self would give your younger self about your trans journey?
I guess. That's a difficult question to answer. I guess primarily don't worry too much about passing. Because everything that's important about transitioning will be relevant in your closest relationships, and everything outside of that isn't terribly important.
I agree.
And also, fucking get into the habit of voice training, you dumb piece of shit. Just make a habit of it so that you keep doing it and don't like do it for a little bit and then either get bored or distracted and stop, and then you just don't do it ever.
I was about to introduce Noelle, and I really wish I would have, and then that immediately come out of your mouth and be like, my goodness, everybody knows you have a degradation kink, don't they, Noelle?
That's fucking funny. No, I get it though, Brassy. Voice training is hard.
It is.
I wish I'd known the fucking word. Just what trans is.
Oh, that's
instead
a good
of
one too.
feeling like some weird kid that wanted to be a girl by magic and not know that that's a thing that you can actually do, instead of it just being like a fucking fictional dream. Because I remember at one point, like, even after I'd learned things and I was too stubborn and pig-headed, I was like, I don't want to be trans, I want to be a girl. Okay, idiot, that's how that works. But like, it's like, I wish I'd known the word and that it was possible. And I think what I would tell my younger self is it's not impossible and that you can do it. And it's kind of stuff that I say on stream too, like I, at the age that I ended up getting to, and I finally realized all the signs, was I'm too manly, I sound too manly, I look too manly, and I'll never pull it off. And that's not true. And I would tell my younger self that. Start when you can, get comfortable. The people that love you will support you, and
everybody else can fuck off.
Exactly. Just do it.
Yeah.
You'll be the woman that you deserve to be if you just do it.
Whackda.
Ah, that's so sweet. Yeah. Oh, I wish that the trans health services were better funded. Just like so much more funding and more of them. So many more. Like, I am in Ireland now, and there is over a 12-year wait to get seen for the potential of beginning your medical transition. So if somebody was 10 when they figured out that they were trans, they'd be 22. And I'm horrified to think if there is... I'm horrified just to wonder if they would be having trouble getting on hormone blockers. Because that's just like, okay, you just had a whole ass puberty. Now I started later than that, and that's the sign of support that I wish I had. I had some pretty nice support and some pretty lovely people around me. Like for always, I've always had some really lovely friends, and they've always been really good and supportive of me. I wish I would say to my younger self, you're lovely. Head pats, head pats, head pats. You'll figure this shit out. Don't worry about it. And I love you, bitch.
Me? Am I the bitch? Am I the bitch in question?
No, my younger self, and I'd also tell her, hey, guess what? You will have lovely tits.
Still waiting on mine.
Listen, didn't you literally just say earlier that yours have been growing?
Yes, but never enough. Never enough.
True,
so true, Noel. So true.
That they're never big enough, or that Noel specifically aren't big enough. Which one?
Either way.
Country person notified.
Both.
Realize.
Both is good. Both is good.
Both is good.
Astro. Mwah.
Oh, I have questions about specific Irish things. Drop them in chat and I'll answer before we swap to question 7. No bother.
What is for Astro? You dare, hun? From your multitask.
Astro died.
Well, baby.
Hello, I exist. Sorry.
Yay!
No, you're
you
good.
Undied.
You're good. Is there any
Quince
advice or something
returns.
you wish you had more support on early in your journey? And what advice would you give to your younger self about being trans?
Yeah. I don't know. I think I wish I knew that was like an option for me.
Mm-hmm.
And like a lot sooner. And that was like something I was quote unquote allowed to do.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. So, would have made my life a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
But then you would have lost your stim toys earlier.
True.
If anybody isn't aware, Astro, after they had top surgery, would be like, I'm really glad that I have the smooth boy chest, but also I miss how good of a stim toy my boobs were.
Boobs are a fantastic stim. I concur.
That's a fucking need, though.
And, Bean.
Me. So are we assuming that the obstinate fuck that I was would actually listen?
Ugh, that's a good point.
That changes the answer drastically.
Okay, it's advice you would wish you could bestow upon them. It doesn't necessarily have to be advice that they will take and listen to.
So it's like I'm just beaming knowledge into younger one's head.
Yes.
Okay, first of all, now, I do want to preface this with, I love hearing all the emotional things. However, this is going to be very utilitarian.
Uh-huh. That's fine.
Did I cut out just there?
You did for a minute, yeah.
Okay, the first thing, the most important thing is puberty, blah. The most important thing is a stream of insults. The second thing, and probably a little bit more important, puberty blockers. Third thing, don't think about it in terms of trans. Think about it in terms of this is the person you want to be.
I love that.
It's the whole thing. It took me so long to come to terms with this fucking thing that you don't have to be trans enough.
So true.
Just going from the outset of it, being able to look at it from the viewpoint of what do I want to look and feel like, and how do I want people to treat me, instead of, oh, I don't know, am I trans enough? Do I deserve this?
That's so
would have
fair.
been so good for me. Also, I would have really liked it if HRT could have affected my bone structure a little, which I didn't go through boy puberty, so puberty blockers, you obstinate fuckwad.
I feel like you would have been like, I feel like you would have been like, do you deserve this? I don't know. Do you fucking care? I don't think so.
Yes, yes, that is exactly literally what I was doing when I was figuring that out. I didn't answer that question. I just kind of said, I don't care if I deserve this.
And yeah, I agree. And we hear this a lot in like our culture and language about this idea of like, do you deserve it? And I feel like sometimes things that you need and things that you should do or things that are right don't always have to align with do you deserve it.
Are you trans enough?
I don't think those things have to be mutually. I don't think those things have to be the same and line together.
That's kind of one of my big takes and strong opinions in this thing is that there is no trans enough. It is ultimately...
There's no right and wrong. There's no right and wrong. As long as you respect them.
Trans ultimately is a label that we use to group together people with similar experiences.
Yeah.
And I just... It's so frustrating looking back at myself and saying and thinking, like, I knew what I wanted. For so long, for 2 years, I knew that I wanted. The question wasn't like, and the fear mongering. It's just so frustrating.
I feel like for me, it would be the advice and support would have definitely fallen into, what a lot of you guys have been putting in, whereas, like that this is a thing, that I can have it. But for me, it was more about, because when the first time I ever met a person that I knew was trans, my brain was like a deer in headlights. I was like, what the fuck does that mean? I don't understand this. And wrapping around that. And then when I realized that I myself was trans, I feel like something I wish I had had earlier was more understanding and more influence around me that told me not that trans was something you could do, but that the idea of that the binary was that there was more than the binary. And the fact that gender can be what you want it to be, that that it can be as fluid as you want it to be, because as a person who's on the spectrum, sometimes for us it can be really hard to process and understand and integrate new ideas, like really big ideas like gender, into ourselves. And the idea, I really wish I would have understood that gender can be so much more than just boy and girl, he and she.
You see, I bypassed that entire issue by saying no.
And as far as advice, I would definitely say, you don't have to validate your trans identity to anybody, not even yourself in some cases, would be my advice to my younger self. And also, as a person who was also very late in life when I realized it, because it's, I'm 40 now, so I was like 36, 37 when I first realized that I might be trans. I would also instill the idea that you are never too old to discover something new about yourself or rediscover something about yourself.
Accurate. Sorry.
Yep. Also, can I just say that this slide has one of my favorite trans icons?
Wait, she's trans?
Yeah?
Yep.
I was not aware.
So
yeah. Cowards got rid of the episode where they explicitly went through it.
Yes. So.
Oh wait! I promised Struble in chat something. If that wait, you were wondering if the wait for transgender services includes getting a script for hormones or T. Sadly, I believe so. Yes, although for myself, I had already gone through all of that before I
That's
moved
right.
back to Ireland.
That's right. You were outside Ireland when you
like,
started that process.
Yeah. So basically, and don't worry, you can still manage it. I believe that the queue will be shifting around. Hopefully, yeah. Get on that. Seriously, get on that. Talk to your doctor. The thing is, as well, is that stuff can be. You want to do things safely. You're gonna have to take like blood tests and stuff like that to make sure that your hormone levels are fine. Nothing's going weird.
Yes.
Because it's an important thing, but like at the end of the day, like because your doctor has the ability to prescribe whatever needs, mood Struble, it's okay. You can get on it. There are methods, but we can't like for general safety, and we can't go into it. DIY HRT is a thing. Like your doctor has the ability to prescribe you stuff that you need. It's just that currently in the country, the actual official advice coming out of the gender office is transphobic bullshit, and they're advising doctors to not do the correct things. And we're fighting it with all of our force.
Yeah.
Join in our protests. There's gonna be big ones for like the next few months. We're gonna get this. Your doctor's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hopefully, give them a good talk about it. Encourage them to educate them. Grab good official documentation. The EU's recommendations are very good. Well, you'll find them. I wish I had the details right now to give you.
Also, please make sure you are following Fracta. Fracta is an amazing person particularly for our European beings, because all the rest of us are all U.S. Fracta is the only one here that is not in the United States.
It's getting dark, everybody.
And now comes some of the more fun questions. This one is going to be, who are some characters and celebrities in media that have served as representations for you? And just to be clear, this does not necessarily mean that they have to be explicitly canonically trans, but it could also be people, because obviously, there's a whole history in queer media of getting around like censorship and issues and like queer coding. So this can also reflect queer coding. This can also reflect maybe someone that was just something other than the binary could also be an option. So yes, Bean, I know you really want to start badly. What are some of yours?
If I didn't start first, then somebody else might take this one. Double Trouble from She-Ra.
Oh my
God. Yes.
Gender. All the gender.
Oh God.
All of it. All of the gender is mine. I'm stealing all of your gender. I don't know. No,
I love Double Trouble. I love Double Trouble.
I love him.
Mwah. Chef's kiss.
So much.
I would definitely agree. A lot of my favorite queer representations
this is going to sound
She-Ra.
really weird. Another one. This is not canonically a trans character. I don't think it's intended that way, but I just like it.
Who is that?
Tensoon from I doubt any of you know. Tensoon from The Final Empire.
Is that Star Wars?
No, it's a book by, you guessed it, Brandon Sanderson.
Yes.
Sanderson.
Tensoon is a Khandra, and just the way that the Khandra don't really have genders, and I vibe with that. They are a society of shape-shifting people, who eat bones to impersonate people.
Yeah, that would very. Oh yeah. Shapeshifters, shape-shifting creatures are people.
The entirety of all of the Khandra, and they do these things like they morph. Most of them are humanoid, and they have these things called true bodies, which is they have artisans graft their own bones.
I love that.
Out of like wood and crystal and shit.
Crystal.
And yes, and their bodies are usually transparent to show off the bones.
I love that. I love that's one of the best way. That's one of the most common ways to like incorporate into like queer code that idea of like shape shifting, because it inherently leads to, you know, you can be who you want to be, and that includes your gender.
And some of the Khandra do sort of play with the features and proportions a bit, and oh my god, it's so gender. It's so gender.
You are such a weeb, and I love you.
This is not a weeb, this is a book! It's a book about primarily political intrigue! It's not a fucking anime! Don't you disrespect Brandon Sanderson's name! Fucking hard!
Well, speaking of anime representation and weeb culture, Astro? Astro? I'm not calling you out at all, hun. Give Astro a moment to come back to their speaker. Astro, come home.
We need you.
Astro, revive yourself from dead so that we can talk to you.
Prince, please.
That is okay. They may have stepped away and not be right by their phone, so that's okay. We can go ahead and we can come back to Astro. Fracta?
Then it's my turn. Okay. I have a few. So we started off talking about. I mean, we have a trans icon from She-Ra on screen. I also identified with Entrapta, who is hilarious. But they're just a little goblin and fun.
I feel like it's all right.
Like not distinctly on the trans side, but like that character's fun. Nimona, a wonderful character, very genderqueer, very good movie.
Yeah.
Watch that thing. And like, if you ever see a moment in that where it's like, oh, the animation of that was a little bit butts, just shake your fists at the people who made it hard for the animators. I spotted people in T-poses, and then somebody explained to me all the shit that they went through to get this movie out, and I was just like, I love this. It's the best movie that's been made in a decade. T-poses be damned. Nimona. Very good. You would love
I have
Nimona.
not seen it yet, but it is on my list. I do need to see that. You know what? I'll tell you what.
I remember Nimona.
I'll tell you what, Fracta. Maybe we'll have a movie night and watch Nimona.
Oh, it was so
movie
good.
night Nimona, yeah.
Yes. Oh my god. The whole not a girl, not a what, I'm a drag. Oh my god. Yes.
Yes. Beautiful character.
Fuck.
Wonderful time.
Oh yes. Nimona's peak representation.
Very good. For lovely representation as well, I think our trans masks could do with some representation.
Okay.
There is a wonderful audio drama. One could call it a podcast because that is the method to which it's delivered, but it is an audio drama called The Strange Case of Starship Iris. Without any spoilers, there features aliens who do not understand human gender. There is a trans mask voice actor playing a trans mask character. There are lesbians and probably bisexuals, and there is romance and kissing, and saying "fuck you" to the state. A little bit of piracy. You'll have a good time, okay? Trust me. A slight warning on the strange case of Starship Iris. Number one, in the first episode, for like the first 5 minutes or so, there is a klaxon going off. It made it actually hard for me to listen to the show. I had to give the first episode like 2 or 3 goes before I got through it. Just because of that. I didn't even realize it at the beginning that was just a slight sensory nightmare for me. But get through it. Even if you have to skip half of episode 1, you will enjoy it. And also, season 3 has just begun. No spoilers, me. Only only some episodes are coming out. I'm so fucking hyped for this. You don't know idea. I've been waiting for over a year for season 3 to come out. It's gonna be so good. I cannot think of another character, but there's so many probably that I really like who are trans and I respect and are lovely, and I would like to give them hugs and headbutts.
Ooh. Noelle.
Hello, I'm trans and ostensibly lovely.
Yes, you are very lovely.
Ostensibly.
Baron!
Where am I?
Thank you so much for the raid! Oh my goodness! Varen, happy Pride! Thank you so... No King's Day! Yeah, fuck King's Day. Fuck that bullshit. I forgot that was today, actually. Hello,
King's
welcome
Day?
on in.
What the fuck is that?
So it's a thing that we're protesting right now because, they're doing some kind of celebration fuckery, that borders on dictatorship. And it happens to coincide with both Flag Day and Trump's birthday. So people have been doing a fuck no King's Day bullshit. Hashtag no King's Day. And I forgot it was today. I knew it was coming up. But hello, welcome everybody. My name is Thempi or Gobo Thempress. I am the Rainbow Goblin. I am the proprietor of our Rainbow Realm Magical Arcade. But today we are putting down the games and doing a wonderful, insightful, and educational talk about trans and non-binary experiences, feelings, thoughts, representation, and all kinds of other fun stuff to bring more closeness in our community, as well as to stand in solidarity in these trying times. How was your stream? What were you doing today? Oh, you were playing. Well, why did I even have to ask? Varen, it's almost always wrestling because Varen's a little wrestling.
Watch out! Watch out!
Varen seems to have a touch of the wrestlingism.
Oh,
just a little bit.
Varen, if you do not know Madame Universe, you should absolutely.
Oh, they do. They do.
Okay. I that's good. That's good. You two would be friends.
Also Noelle here, because Noelle is also, which is up next. So right now, we're basically going through like some panel talk. So right now, we're working on who are some characters and celebrities and media that have served as representation, whether they're canonically and explicitly trans non-binary, or maybe they're characters that maybe are queer coded, or maybe they're like fluid in some way. I said earlier that characters that are shapeshifters are often intrinsically trans coded. And right now it is actually Noelle's turn. So Noelle, just out of curiosity, before you answer, are there any trans wrestlers that you know of? Because I know you're a big wrestler.
Yes, there are.
There are.
Yes, there are.
Woo!
Yep. There's a couple. The biggest one is Nyla Rose. She's a AEW wrestler.
Okay.
I do need to keep up with like the indies and see who's trans on the indies. Nyla's probably the biggest name on any major wrestling promotion that I can think of.
Okay.
That is trans. Yeah. Nyla Rose is a baddie. Yeah, Vera knows.
I'm
Absolutely.
surprised. I'm surprised because I feel like there's lots, especially when we're talking about like celebrities versus like characters. There's this there are certain spaces that overall do intrinsically have a lot of, for lots of different reasons, tend to be very like queer exclusionary or trans exclusionary. And I would imagine that wrestling spaces, especially as for so long it was very male dominated and about like, so like had a huge thing about like, you know, like this virility and strength. I would imagine that those would be spaces that would also have a big history of like being not having a lot of trans and queer representation.
Well, queer representation in wrestling is a tricky subject because there was a wrestler from a long time ago named Gorgeous George, and he was very flamboyant and effeminate, and the whole thing was he was the big bad guy because he was effeminate. He would be flirty with his big manly like rivals and shit.
Oh, I
So
love that.
for a very long time, queer was looked at as bad guy traits for, you know, strong, righteous, hetero wrestlers and shit. And
Makes sense.
there was a big to do in the early 2000s with a couple of wrestlers. They were named Billy and Chuck, and they were a gay couple tag team. And they were they had like their hairstylist was their manager and all this kind of shit. It was very silly, and they were going to have a gay wedding on national television, and it made news. And right before it got to the part where they say "I do," both of the wrestlers backed out. We're like, no, this was all a bit. This was a bit for, you know, because Rico, the hairdresser, said that we would get more fame and notoriety. We're both straight, because that was the storyline. They were pretending to be gay as part of a storyline. Glad
oh my
got
God!
pissed off about it.
Oh my God! It's the wrestling equivalent of tattoo.
Yeah, it was yes, it was. It's only been probably within the last like maybe 10 years, maybe 15 if that's a stretch, that like queer has been accepted in wrestling spaces.
I'm not surprised. Yeah.
Yep.
And
much less trans.
Yeah.
Trans is even less seen. So.
Oh, I'm not surprised. I feel like I said, you know, when it comes to certain, especially like niche spaces, like wrestling, certain music genres, for example. So like, you know, Lil Nas is a big thing because, you know, he's in hip hop rap spaces, and those are places that are traditionally very like, oh God, no, we do not have queers here.
Very homophobic, transphobic spaces. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Brassica.
Oh, well,
go ahead.
Character?
Oh, yes.
Ron Masaotome.
Give me. Who is it?
Ron Masaotome from Ranma 1/2.
Oh, yeah! Oh, my God.
Ranma one of the few... It was one of the few that we had in our youth. I can say that.
Yep. Another VTuber I know talks about that. That was like one of their egg crackings was Ranma 1/2.
I wish it had cracked my egg. I had so many characters that had the same curse somehow. So it opened things up for me, but it still wasn't a big, bright neon sign flashy enough to get me to realize, hey, bitch, you're trans.
Yeah, I feel like there's a difference between, like, I feel like crack is a bad word. I feel like putting a crack in the shell is different than having it crack open.
Fully break you out of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was a head tilt. This is something. Kind
of I mean, a lot of the time, from people who I've talked to in my own experience, the shell doesn't crack. It's a very gradual thing.
That's true.
To that.
That's true. That's true. Oh gosh, I love that we've gotten through so many different ones. So like, Bean has opened up a lot of like, like literary ones, and then Fracta mentioned ones that were in like anime, and then Noelle talked a lot about like wrestling celebrities. So I love that we're getting like so many different like facets of queer in media. I love that. Brassica, do you have any characters or celebrities in media that you'd like to share? Lyrical, thank you so much for the 3-month subscription. Happy Pride Month, bitches. Mwah. Appreciate you. Oh, there you are. Okay. Blassie.
Oh, am I going? Honestly, I've been kind of sweating, racking my brains for the past couple minutes because there's not many. I haven't like watched much or read much stuff recently.
Okay.
I don't know.
Have you played? I haven't played it personally, but I know. Have you played Cyberpunk at all?
I have not.
Okay, because I know I forget who it was, but I know that there's a character that was in Cyberpunk who was trans. There's shit. Brain. Now I'm trying to rack my brain. I mean, Perfuma.
I mean, I can go
icon
again if we need more people.
So Perfuma on the screen is one of my favorite trans icons, of course. She is fucking fabulous and adorable. Yes, yes. And I also love, so as far as like celebrities, so I'll probably dip into music. So there's a I love listening to and finding queer music. There is a song in particular. It talks about a lot of different queer identities, but I love the fact that it's a big women empowerment song that I love. It's called Queer Girls and the artist is called Awkward Marina. And it's a song that in a bridge of its song, it names different kinds of women. It names all different varieties of women. So like it said, bi girls, gay girls, trans girls, ace girls, cis girls, big short girls, tall girls, validating that all of these women are women and that they're beautiful and wonderful. That is one of my favorite queer representations in music. I also really love the idea of course, Born This Way is also a wonderful mention of trans and gender identity. I believe there's actually one on this playlist, actually, which has decided to stop playing. Fuck you. Ooh, Todrick Hall. I don't know if he actually identifies as anything that's not cisgendered, but he's definitely an icon for like pushing gender boundaries. That's also one. I'll be real. That's actually some of my favorite representation. The people that aren't necessarily identifying as trans or non-binary, but that they're icons for pushing gender binary, because by pushing the limits of gender expression in cis people, it makes it a lot more easy to accept trans people, because it's like, well, you guys are doing it, why can't I just go just a teeny bit further? Versus there being this huge gap between what is considered normal and cisgendered and being trans and non-binary. Yes, B.
There are a few more that I wanted to name.
Go ahead.
Okay, so in honor of our Lord Brandon Sanderson, Vin. who is the main character of the first Mistborn trilogy. Now, she is not explicitly trans, but a big part of her story is essentially coming to terms with her femininity.
Yeah.
And I like that. It's just, it's a very gender thing, and also, as a smaller note, but also kind of equally important to me, in a lot of the books, well, at least in the Stormlight Archives, there are, you see, just as small background characters, there are people who are trans.
Mm-hmm.
There's one note about there's one note when recruiting for the army in the latest book of the Stormlight Archives, Wind and Truth, asking somebody if they filled out the forms to live as a man, and I really, really appreciate those small types of representation because they do a lot to normalize transness.
Oh, I just remember.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Tism Brain just went two things. One, I completely forgot about Millie's sister in Hell of a Boss. She is absolutely trans girly, and I love her. And there's also one thing I remembered I wanted to ask Noelle about. Noelle, I feel like it was you that told me something about a character that was like a cow character that was clearly a girl, but everyone was calling them a trans icon because they had bull horns.
Yes, that's the new Genshin character.
Yes.
Which she has giant horns, which look more bull than cow. And hold on, I'm gonna look up her name.
Yes.
She also has trans colors in her design as well.
Yes. And that's another form of like queer coding, that idea of, especially when they're characters that are like non-human or have non-human traits, and they're based on animals, and they do that. So it's like, okay, this is clearly a girl, but their horns look like a boy has. And that's what they did for Millie's sister in Hell of a Boss, that they had very stereotypical designs for the male imps and the female imps, and people noticed that her sister was a female, but she had certain design traits that were usually in the male imps, and that's why people were like, oh my god, she's a trans girly. And I love that.
I do just simply, I adore all of this. Not explicit, just like, oh, it's there, kind of.
It's when it's literally just there as just a part of the character. It's really it normalizes it in a really nice way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like we're not making a big deal of this. It's like it's a space where transness can just be
it
can just be a part.
Yes.
Oh my god, that character's pretty Noelle.
And I also have to say that now I understand that there's a lot of hurt and pain that may be attached to like older media, because obviously some media, particularly with queer issues and like women's rights issues and stuff, don't always like age well when you look back. But I personally have a fantastic and loving appreciation for old media, just because the only way that we're going to get good, authentic, wonderful representation, some of which that we're just now starting to get heavily in this generation, the only way to get there is to have shitty representation first. Like, you gotta remember, there was a time when you couldn't even acknowledge that they might exist off screen somewhere where you couldn't see, and then to get to a point when they were there, but in classic historical fashion for queer media, they were villainized, or they were victims, or they were eventually killed off, or it was seen as a tragedy story. That was the first step to get to where we are now. For example, I know a really big one that I've actually been hearing recently, and I thought to myself, I never really thought about that it really is shitty trans representation, is Ace Ventura.
Yep. Oh God, yeah. Oh
Yep.
God, yeah.
But then I stopped and think to myself that for many people may have been the first time that they were told, wow, this other kind of person exists. And we would not be where we are now if not for those little tiny little shove-ins that weren't great. And I love that. I find it fascinating to look and be like, wow, this was monumental for the time. And it may not be great in the current lens, but seeing that transition from no representation to shitty representation to questionable transit, and then to minor queer coded good moments, and then getting to authentically seeing characters now, it is a process and it is part of our history.
Queers in wrestling.
I just dropped a beautiful trans icon into the side chat.
I did see that.
This is Braga from Rat Queens. They are just a regular old character. They're not even a main character, but she got a special one-off where it goes into her character, and we discover that she's trans.
Awesome. Oh. All right, before we continue on, I'm just going to poke. Astro, are you there, hon?
Shall we add Astro so there's a ping?
I think they might still be away, and that is okay. I just want to make sure I gave them one more chance to pop in before we moved on to our next question.
It's all good.
And of course, another trans icon, Blahaj!
Blahaj!
The blowhigh.
Blahaj, my sweet, my beloved Blahaj.
I want one so badly.
I wish I hug you. Where is my Blahaj?
So, and we can continue our discussion because we've gone a little bit into this one as well of what are some good and not so good aspects of how we're represented in media and culture, and has it gotten better and more seen? I personally would say it's definitely gotten more seen. Like, I remember like, when looking in queer culture in general, I remember in my looking back, Will and Grace. Will and Grace was a huge step forward for queer representation in general. And there's definitely parts of it that, you know, could be problematic in some ways, particularly involving, like, you know, perpetuating like flamboyancy among gay men, but also those were some huge moments. Like, they showed queer people kissing. They showed drag queens on television. They showed queer people having children. And a lot of that was so forbidden and behind closed doors before now. I want to say they had trans representation in that show as well, but I'm having a hard time remembering. But, and as we talked about, you know, obviously Ace Ventura was not a great trans representation. Although, I feel like, if you ask me, I feel like Ace Ventura doesn't really count because I wouldn't consider that, I mean, I don't know. I mean, because it was very clearly like a plot device of an escape to remain hidden. So I argue whether or not that would be considered trans representation in some ways. Maybe in some ways, but not in others. I would also say,
like, she's not really trans, but she's a guy in disguise.
Yes, exactly.
I'd still say that's negative representation because, let's be fair, the right do say that that's what trans women do in bathrooms. They are. That's fair.
That is fair. So, like, in some ways, yes, in some ways, no. I feel like that one's a little bit on the fence. I will say this. I don't
think it was intended to be as negative of a representation as it ended up being, though.
Yes, that's true. I would say one of my earlier, like, in media that I can think of that was trans representation was the show The L Word. If anybody has... If you're not aware...
I did not see much of that at all.
Yeah, if you're not aware, The L Word was a series that was done on, I want to say it was Showtime. It was Showtime. and it was a Showtime series, and it was focused on a queer friend circle and community in LA. And I want to say that show would have been like what, maybe like early to mid 2000s. I want to say it was somewhere like 2005, 2008 maybe. And it covered a lot of different queer identities, including trans identities. In particular, I notably remembered that not only did it cover trans experience, but it also covered that situation of a trans person who identifies as male but hasn't had transition and ends up pregnant as a trans man, which is something that for if you think about that time, like just the idea of them talking about trans experiences and such, but then going that route, like showing something that's so maybe not something that's like day to day, but something that is one of those things that can happen, that does happen, and that can be a very personal experience, and terrifying experience, and to see that represented is a huge milestone, I would think. I do wish that they would have had more representation for people that were like gender non-conforming and non-binary, but I feel like we're getting into that place more now. Bean, would you like to speak on this one?
I mean, I'm just gonna expand on what I was saying earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I really enjoy the progression of having trans characters where the transness itself is less and less of part of their total story. Because
true,
like it is a part of me, it is a significant part of me, but like it's not something that I think about day to day, and I feel like a significant amount of representation makes it a huge thing and blows it up into like something that everything revolves around, when it's one of the things that revolves around other stuff more realistically.
I agree.
And I really enjoy that progression, especially when it's like, I especially forgive me for blatantly shilling for my favorite author, Brandon Sanderson, but I especially enjoy when it's explicitly stated, and like the experiences are acknowledged, but it's not a big thing.
Yeah, like it's not front and center, the only primary focus all the time.
But it's like but it's just like,
it's not hidden either.
It's not hidden in any way, shape, or form, and
it's just a matter of fact.
Like
it's just
that.
as a matter of facty.
I very much am enjoying that progression, and I get that like that's.
I feel like it says that there's different levels of representation, and there's different kinds of representation, and I believe you said this once, that like there's like some representation is more like educational, some are more about like visibility and acceptance and knowing that we exist, but then there's also some where it's just that experience for us to just turn on a show and just be like, oh hey, that person has that in common with me. And it's nice. And just seeing yourself represented in that way, for no other reason other than the fact that you look in and be like, hey, someone like me.
Yes.
And that's lovely.
I love I absolutely love the casual representation.
Yes, casual representation. I like that term.
Double Trouble is a good one. Double Trouble is very much a non-binary character, and they don't make a big thing of it.
Nope.
What are some other good casual representations?
Astro, just checking in. Astro, are you there, hun? Let me just check my DMs and see if they poked me and told me that they had to step away.
Hello, I exist.
Oh,
Sorry.
hi, honey.
You exist! Hooray!
I'm not dead. Sorry, I was in the middle of getting tattoo and then food.
Oh, no, you're fine, honey. So basically, this slide down, this question, so this question and last question has basically just talking about, like, media representation, particularly, like, characters and celebrities that have served as representation, as well as talking about have how we've been represented in media and culture has changed and getting better or worse.
I mean, we sometimes exist now, and that's pretty cool in media. I mean, and like, we didn't used to exist.
Yeah.
And there are occasionally trans-masked people that aren't just trans-masked in the mind of the band.
I will say that. I feel like when I do see trans representation, I see a big majority as trans women. Rather than trans men, and I wonder if part of it is just based on like that whole like internal like misogyny, sort of in the same vein as the whole like why two women kissing is often seen as more comfortable and palpable than seeing two men kissing. And I'm not sure if that may play a part in why there seems to be more visibility for trans women than trans men. In larger and more prominent stages of representation.
It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that.
Can I just
a lot of it is also because in the wider collective consciousness, trans women are more able to be seen as, unfortunately as it may be, a sex object.
Yeah.
And something sexual.
Yes, more marketable.
About in private.
Yes, more marketable, more palpable. Yeah.
Because you can be horny about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Versus trans men, we quote unquote lose what makes us, palatable to them.
I just remembered. I think this is a trans representation that kind of hits every single mark. At least in my head. So it is a character, one of the main characters in Dead End Paranormal Park, Barney, who is explicitly trans-mashed. Is not it's not like the main part of his story, but they go into it, and it's like
it's many episodes. It's a very good show.
A very good show, and I was trying to think: are there any main characters who are trans? They mention it, but it's not like the main point. And Barney from Dead End Paranormal Park is really, really good. King, absolutely.
Good
so
because good lad.
It is the only main character where the story does not revolve around them being trans.
There's very few where we have those in general, We don't have many.
So
but it's good.
We don't have many, but I love it.
And as we continue into talk about media and such, our question is, what is some content that you enjoy and would recommend or share with others? And this could include books, shows, musical artists, TikTok channels, social media. And as I said before, maybe not necessarily explicitly trans. Like in this case, it could be maybe the creator themselves is trans. Maybe the media that they're putting out is about trans. Maybe, and same thing for music and such. Could be educational, could be just entertainment. I personally love I think most of my queer representation that I love comes through music, personally. As far as
just a little while, they didn't really specify.
What's up?
I think that our lad left their mic on. Should we? Thank you.
Yes, Drupal, it is very nice to exist. Hi, hello, I exist, and I'm okay with this.
I also exist. I'll bet you can guess what I'm gonna say.
That you have boobs? Stormlight Archives?
No, I'm gonna say Stormlight Archives.
Of course, because Bean is very tism about Brandon Sanderson.
Yes.
Wait, is it Brand? Wait. Is it Brand like BRA or BRE?
Brandon. I don't know.
BRANDON.
That's what I thought.
That. Anyway, I'm just like, it's not the most trans, but there is some representation there that I really like how it's. If you want, I'm gonna just go back to Dead End Paranormal Park. Barney, my boy, my man, my dude. God, I love Barney.
So
those are mine.
Yeah.
One is kind of honestly just me shoving my tism everywhere, and the other isn't. Which, like, yes, I do love the casual. But also, Barney, my God, my man, my Barney.
Some of mine.
Dead End Paranormal Park. Watch
some of mine would
good.
be. So some of mine would probably be, music-wise. And I was telling some people about them recently. There is an artist that's been going viral on TikTok that I've been really enjoying. I'm hoping I might possibly be able to go see them in concert in August. They're called TX2. They themselves are bisexual, but they are also a huge, strong supporter of trans, and they have a song that's been like turning into like a trans icon, a trans anthem right now called Hostage, and that I love. As far as books, it's not the primary, but a book series that I've really enjoyed. It's called These Witches Don't Burn. And then I believe the sequel is This Coven Won't Break. There is queer representation, lesbian representation, both toxic and healthy. There is bisexual, explicit bisexual, by the way. And there's also, I forget which character it was, but I definitely remember that there was a trans mask representation in this book as well. Also, in the second one, a great representation of like PTSD and mental health. That I adore and love. As far as, obviously all these people here are amazing trans non-binary content creators as well. But
I'm trans content.
Yes, you are trans content, honey. Mwah. And let's see, brain. And then I don't think we've had too much of a chance from Brassy. Are there any books or shows or artists that you know of that you would recommend that are trans or make trans inclusive content?
I wish. I don't know any really. I
will be sending you so many DMs later.
The Owl House.
Oh God, I forgot. I have heard that. I forgot. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I have heard that Owl House has so much queer representation, including trans non-binary.
This is confirmed. The gender non-conforming. I don't know, but Owl House is so good. Watch it.
There's an anime that it's a really short one. It's an older one, so I don't know how many people will know about it. It's an anime called Paradise Kiss is the English title, and it is it's an anime about this young girl who by chance stumbles in and interacts with like these fashion university students and choose her as their model for like, the show. And there's a character in there that is very, very trans. And I don't think they really ever say it, but there is a whole like flashback sequence with them of them that has to do with like their coming out and realizing that they're trans, and it's the color, the way they animated it was very, very beautiful. It's called Paradise Kiss. I highly recommend. It has a lot of queer representation in general. Ah! Boop! Thank you for booping me. Wait, what is this? Should we be able to... Oh, whoopsies. You don't see the news. I don't know what you're talking about. The news isn't real. And very, very beautiful piece. There is... I also want to say...
Yeet us to lead us.
Honey.
Can I name another one?
Yes, honey. But first, honey.
We've all got
Honey.
Were we honeying?
Yes.
There. Shout out Astro. Yes, thank you. No. Oh, guys. As a reminder, guys, did you know that Astro is going to be streaming this year? And we are trying to get them to 50 follows before they start streaming. They're at 38.
You've already got enough.
Shut.
In fact,
You've
let's
already
check.
got enough for affiliate. By the way, the number went down. You're
Wait,
already
what?
there.
Wait, what? Did it?
Wait, what?
Yeah. The number went down. You're already at your numbers for affiliate. All you need to do is do the hours and
Wait,
get
what's the number
chatters
down
and
to
such.
now? What's the number down to now?
25.
What?
You're already
Oh,
over the number.
oh, hold on. I also need to check and see if
On
Perry
mine it
has
says
also made it
40.
then.
Oh, maybe it's 40. My bad.
Perry is
it used to
also
be
close
50.
then. Perry is also
It
close
says 40
then.
on mine.
Everything else got halved. Maybe that one.
Yes,
I was
shout out
assuming on that
Perry.
one.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
All of us
Oh
get
my
shout.
god.
Gil, can you shout out Perry the Otter, please? Perry the Otter is a very close friend of ours. They are also a trans being. And
Yes.
they sadly could not be involved as they have the adult responsibilities for work today. And then as we're coming closer to the end, the next one is a couple of because I really wanted to make sure that after some
I didn't.
Yeah.
I
What's up?
didn't. I didn't do any.
Oh, you
I
did.
had special. I never did any.
You
Go
skipped,
for it, honey.
Excuse me.
you skipped your.
So, for comics,
Pretty sure we skipped Noel
once again,
too.
Rush Queens, pulling that one back up, Bragg is amazing. But also in web comics, I will not spoil anything, but I strongly suggest you check out Kill 6 Billion Demons.
Oh,
Not gonna say
yes, that one. Oh,
something in-
yes.
There's some main characters that have some definite trans. Oh my god! Whoa, baby!
Oh, also speaking of
There's some shit
webcomics,
going on there.
Let me write that down.
For anime, I just remember because somebody just reminded me earlier on that anime is like a genre.
yeah.
There's a trans mask character in Wonder Egg Priority,
Okay.
which is pretty cool. Yeah, I think that was a good show. I watched that. That was all right. And there's a show that I have not watched, but I was introduced to by another content creator called Tiger and Bunny. They mentioned it, and I will check that out. It's got representation. We have somebody that they declare that they have no one specific agenda. They are beyond gender, and they do seem fabulous.
Ooh.
And there's at least one distressing episode that they wanted to show me a clip of, which was like, yeah, I'm not even going to go into it, but yeah, stuff happens, and there's gender, and it's good. Perry's been done.
I completely forgot about webcomics and I know several people here know
Oh!
about it. A webcomic that is not
Questionable
only
content.
queer and trans inclusive, but also is poly inclusive, called Boyfriends.
Oh, I don't know this
It's
one.
very pastel. It's very pastel and pretty visually. The characters are actually known as their archetypes. So, like, there's jock, there's goth,
Oh my.
there's prep, and there is nerd. And nerd is very pan-trans.
Technically, they aren't referred to as anything. In the actual comic, they're referred to as a little thing about their name, as
That's
a little
fair.
thing of their faces.
That's fair.
They don't have names. Their name is their face.
Yay!
Their name is the audio representation
Thank
of
you
their
for the
face.
head pat. Ooh.
Thank you. I have things now. Ooh.
Also, before they fight over it, oh, hold on. Where is it? Okay, one for Astro, one for Fracta.
Booba, booba.
There you go. Grab my boobs.
You gotta get Noelle too.
Well, I mean,
what about Brassica?
I'm not aware if Noelle or Brassica want to grab my boobs, but I mean, go for it.
Oh, I thought you meant a shout out.
No. I mean, if you want to grab my titties, go for it. I mean, we're all friends here. Go for it.
That's a sentence.
Booba booba.
That's a sentence.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is a team.
What a
Hold
perfect
on.
time for Stream Elements to remind everyone the stream is 18 plus. Only for adults.
Yep.
There we go.
And-
It's on cooldown.
So, there is only 3 questions left, and I wanted to make sure that because some of the earlier questions could be potentially like heavy or emotional, I wanted to make sure that I steered the end toward things that could be emotional, but also like more positive.
Oh, wait.
Yes? What's up?
I had a book.
What's up?
I was going to remember. I had a book.
Oh, what book did you want, honey?
It's called And Hell Follows With Us. I haven't finished it really yet, but as Perry can attest, it is trans representation. The main character is a trans person.
Can you DM me the name
Trans
of it?
mask.
I want to check and see if it's in my audiobook library.
Okay.
Yeah. So, question 10 is going... So, these are our last 3 questions, and then if there's some Q&A. Because I want to try to wrap it up at about close to the 4-hour mark. Because our wonderful Fracta Bean, it is going to be very late for her.
It's only 10:30.
So, what was a special... So, we're going to start with Brassica. Brassica, what was a special moment to you or a personal milestone regarding your transition or journey? Brassica?
Brassy.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
Oh.
Did you need me to repeat? Oh, okay, go ahead.
I don't know. I still feel like I'm not really where I want to be yet in most places. I
mean...
I don't think I really have one.
Have you considered one of your milestones being when you went on that cruise and you were like decked out in your dress and makeup and did like your makeup by yourself? Because didn't you tell me that was one of the first times you did that?
Yeah.
That sounds like a good milestone. That sounds like a wonderful milestone. Especially, let's be real, especially the idea of doing it on a cruise ship where if anything goes wrong, you're trapped in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
I think that was a very brave and amazing milestone.
Mwah.
Yeah. Night, Struble.
Bye, Struble.
I
want those Pride wings
Sweet
so
Patrina.
badly, but they're from a different year of Pride sets. Anyway, Noelle.
Probably moving here to where I'm living at now.
Oh yeah, to be in a place that's a lot more like trans inclusive and accepting.
No one here knows who Nick is.
Ooh,
all they know is Noelle.
I love that for you. I love that for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Zombie names. Oh, I need to share
Zombie
that
name.
concept. Yeah, the undead name. Because it is dead, but sometimes there's like one account or one stupid service that it's still on there, and it'll just rise from the dead and be like, "Rrrr," and then you get to shotgun it right in the face. Put it down again.
Oh my god, honey.
Zombie name.
Concept is my gift to you. Yeah?
Honey, what's a special moment to you, or a personal milestone with your transition or embracing yourself? And I say transition or embracing yourself because I feel like sometimes transition can hold an obligation in it, in that word, for medical transition, and that is absolutely not true.
I have one that actually deals with social transition, and it's lovely. So in Ireland, fun fact, they recently said, we don't have the. It's not entirely about this, but they basically said, if you wish to change your gender marker and or name to whatever, that can be done for like just self decided. You can just do it.
Next Saturday, but I'm not certain. I'll see if I can find someone to go with me. It's down in
they're on open mic again.
I've gone here. That's usually the one event I.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, hold on.
Astro's doing a robot.
Astro's open mic.
I'm just gonna I just muted Astro for a little bit. It's fine.
Okay.
Skipping to me? Question mark?
No. I've got this.
Oh wait, in Ireland, them for me. Hold on, let me just serve me. There we go.
So changing your name just recently became a thing that just anybody could do. You can just self-decide, go in, do it, and change your gender marker at the same time. Partially because they realized, oh my gosh, maybe we have a load of people who want to do this. I was there within the first few months of that being an option, getting that all done, changing my legal name, getting new passports, all stuff like that, getting with like a little F on there. So easy, so nice. And I was not the only person in that office. I was in there and I was just like, oh my gosh, this office is filled with trans people. This is amazing. Everyone's changing their name. It is so. It was a wonderful moment. Apart from that, I don't know. But there's a bunch of other ones, but that was a really nice one. That's not medical. That was just me being a big old goofus. I was also a little annoyed that I couldn't put MX on my passport, but meh.
Astra, are you there, hon? Astro, are you there, hon?
Yes.
What was a special moment to you or a personal milestone with your transition?
Probably the first time I used a restroom other than the women's restroom or like any gender restroom.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, other than the obvious, top surgery.
Oh, that's true.
So, like, obviously that's a very big thing as well.
Yeah.
Like, little things that are not,
Receiving or getting rid of titties is always nice.
In a bathroom with my pals. I forgot. I mentioned that one earlier, but yeah.
Atramina.
Okay, so 3 moments for me because I am indecisive as fuck. First of all, I have to mention it because it is the biggest. As mentioned earlier, trying on the outfit for the first time that I mentioned. Second one is just kind of an aside. My first time going into the girls' bathroom was more surreal than it. Third one, really sappy. So, after I ended up changing my pronouns to she, her, there was a kind of slight difference in the vibe of how people treated me in this specific community, which was incredibly validating. And probably the biggest single moment that ever happened was entrenching myself in the trans VTuber spaces for my gender. Fuck you, Thempy.
Mwah.
Fuck you.
I would say a special moment for me was that moment when I finally got to get, when I, after about, I don't know, because I think I think I only went, I think it took me about a year or so before I had my name changed. I would say my name change was a big personal milestone for me, because for me it was like, it was a sort of validation in its own. It's like, okay, this isn't a phase. This isn't a thing that's going away. I went through all this trouble to get my legal name changed. And also, really lovely. Some of the first times I heard people that didn't know me call me by my name was really, really lovely.
Oh, yes, that's good. That's good.
And which leads us into the second to last question, which
before,
is...
can I really quick?
What is it? I just want to make sure we stay on for a little bit, because we're coming close to the end. Okay.
Okay, it'll be real quick, I promise.
Mm-hmm.
So, when I tried on the dress, there was this realization, well, not dress, but the one outfit that I keep talking about, there was this realization of, oh my fuck, I can actually pull off being femme.
I love
that is the thing.
Yeah. So, this one, and we're going to start with Brassy. What is something that you haven't had many chances for, or any chances for, that you're hoping for or looking forward to in the future?
Smooching women.
What is it?
Smooching.
Oh, smooching women. Okay. I heard the women, and I just heard women. And I was like, you know what? That's a vibe. That's a vibe. Smooching women. I love that for you.
I don't know. That and looking in the mirror and not feeling sad. I guess that also. I don't know.
That you know what? That's completely valid. That getting to that moment when you can finally look in the mirror and be like, you know what? I like what I see. And feeling comfortable with what you see is nice. Noelle?
Getting cute clothes and finding a fucking bra that fits.
Ooh, I love that for you. Okay. See, I can't relate because I rarely wear bras anymore.
Well, I have to at this point, but I mean, like, I'm barrel-chested, but not busty enough for, like...
I have that too, yeah.
A bra that would...
I understand, Noelle, I understand.
I hate it.
I have recommendations. I have recommendations.
Yes, please help me.
Okay, a lot of sports bras are designed, regardless of like cup size, are designed to hold them quite firm to the chest. So you will probably be able to find something in your chest size that will hold the girls. Okay.
Most size, like the highest size at most stores around here, are tight, like too tight for comfort. Just filling out the sides. That's how barrel-chested I am.
That's a hell of a problem to have, Noelle. Hell of a problem to have.
Well, finding online, I guess. Yeah. I do have trouble finding them in shops. I go into shops and it's like, maybe I'll feel it would feel nice maybe to get a new bra or something. I will go and look. And I was like, ha. There was two options and they started at F cups and I'm like, bye.
Grand.
So what I'm hearing is that I need to have Noelle come up here and we're gonna go on a day trip and do some shoppies.
Well, let's do it. Need the money first, but yeah.
Yes, very fair. Astro, honey. What is something that you haven't had many chances or any chances for that you look forward to in the future?
HRT. I want HRT so much. And also a hysterectomy.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah.
Atramina? Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Yes.
Okay, I cannot decide on one. I have two answers.
Go
One,
ahead.
being hit on by creepy men.
Oh my god.
So, I know it's weird, but like, also like, can you imagine the power of just sticking it in their faces? Oh.
It's low-key kind of nice the first time it happens.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. If I had the vocal range of Noelle, I would just drop into the daddy voice and be like, "Why, thank you."
Oh, oh yes. Oh
Some guy
yes.
walks up and he's like, "Oh, hey, beautiful," and you're like, "Hey yourself, how's it going?"
Oh yes. The second one. Lesbian lags.
What is it?
Lesbian lags.
Oh, okay, okay. I was like, wait, what? And I was like, oh, okay, it clicked.
Love says.
Yes. Yes, that's the second one.
So, our last question in the slide is, what is a random, and it doesn't have to be necessarily to the level of euphoria, but just some random, really sweet or like just little moment.
That one?
Yes, I have a feeling you're going to talk about your Pride experience recently.
Oh no, at 11. The last previous question. Did I answer that one?
I thought, yeah. Wait, didn't you?
Skipped twice.
Oh my god!
I blame Bean.
Why do you blame me?
That's fair.
You keep jumping in.
Go ahead, honey.
Oh, you're what? Rand, that's a 12 again. What am I looking forward to in the future? Many chances for. Okay, I really want to get a lot more laser hair removal, and from a better place than I got my last set from. I would very much like that. I am very tempted to do a donathon called the Make Me Screamathon, because I know how much this fucking hurts, and I know how much coverage there needs to be done, and it would be hilarious to me. Actually, it would be extra funny. I had a very silly thing of just like getting the consent from the operator to just bring a recorder in and would just record the entire session of me just going just making, and then just like cutting out all the dead noise and just turning it into like an hour-long scream session.
God, you fucking would do that, wouldn't you?
Probably would. I'm a little bit weirdo. I think that would be very fun, and a reward for people.
So, I'll start with the last question of what's a random joyful moment. So, I will say this. So, a lot of you know that I work at a clinic that is meant for like little ones who are autistic. And I had a moment where there was I originally knew them as a little boy, and I heard somebody giving like a little nickname and saying different pronouns, and I looked up at the tech and I was like, do they like she, her pronouns now? And they're like, yes. And I know it was very, very sweet, and I used their pronouns, and it was like, you have the cutest dress on today, and you look absolutely beautiful, dearie. And their eyes just lit up so much, and it was so sweet. Yeah.
Would it make me cry?
Could it be permanent? Could it be a phase? Because sometimes it is, and that's okay if it is. And it was really, really touching that could have potentially been like the next generation of trans that I gave a lift. Yeah. Bean?
A doctor called me pregnant while having my charts up.
That's fair. Astra?
Well, I don't know if I don't remember if she was pregnant, but she asked if I was pregnant or if I could be pregnant. One of the two. God, I felt powerful.
Astro?
Astro, baby. Astro.
Did Astro die again?
I have done my job. I will leave now. Farewell.
I think Astro may have
Fairly well.
died.
Astro may have disappeared.
I mean, there was gonna be a.
They're inside chat. Did you mute them a while ago?
Oh fuck! I did. That's right. Oh god, I'm dumb.
I
Okay,
remember things. I have superpowers, even though I am an absolute goofus.
No, they're not.
There was
muted.
going to be a what?
But
they're not muted. No.
Oh,
Says
my
they're
bad.
muted on my screen.
They're like it's showing that they muted themselves, but.
Oh, okay.
Because I server muted and then I unmuted it, so like no, they're.
Yeah.
That's really
probably when
weird.
people use. They said in side chat when people use its pronouns. It's a good one.
I love that. Oh, because they're. I think they're just muting themselves right now, but still wanted to speak.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, emergency alerts for weather are going on behind them. That's why.
Okay.
So, Fracta, because I totally would never skip you.
Oh, you
so it's
totally,
your answer.
Mm-hmm. No, never forgotten. Never forgotten. Okay, so yes, you did remind me of this. You've prompted me on this. I was recently at a trans event for it's just like trans people. I was LGBT people of all ages. It was just a thing. I was there with a friend and their family, and I was just sort of flopped, sitting out, enjoying the daylight, enjoying the sun, enjoying some snacks and drinks and stuff like that. Actually, I didn't bring any snacks and drinks. It was sort of a picnic place. And a random younger trans person came over and was just like they spotted me sitting visibly trans and we just went another trans person and came over and it was like it's my first pride ever and I wanted to and I saw a trans person and I wanted to say hello and I was just like, oh, this is cute, it's so nice, they're so lovely, there's a person. And they spotted just an obvious trans person and they wanted to come and say hello and it was very sweet. And I turned into the cute, the sweet wine auntie.
Yep.
And was just like, yep. I just maternal instincts kicked in, and I was just like, I'm gonna take care of this boy. And I made sure at one point I realized that they had been info dumping to me about their wonderful OCs for like nearly an hour. And I was like, have you eaten at all yet? Have you had a drink? Just like I had to drag them away and make sure that we put food in them and then go back to the event.
That's was so super sweet. Cute. It was super cute.
And they made me fan art.
Oh, that's right, you told me that.
Yeah.
We love that.
It made me very happy. I couldn't let somebody like dump on me with all of their wonderful OCs without dumping on them. My OC. Because I'm sorry, but if you're a streamer, you technically got an OC.
So
true.
Noelle, what is a moment of yours?
So mine was back when I was working at Starbucks. There was this old the man was so old, like 70s or 80s or something. And he walked in and he called me by my dead name. He's like, "How are you?" And I was like, "I'm doing good. How are you, Al?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm doing good." And he orders his 4 espresso shots that he orders, and he looks at my name tag because I just like maybe the day before, 2 days before, had come out at work as trans, and he squints at my name tag and he goes, "What's that say?" And I said, "Oh, it says Noelle. That's the name I'm going to go by now." And he kind of looks at it and he looks up at me and he looks back at my name tag and he goes, "Noelle, I think I can handle that." And he pays for his drink and he, waits for them to finish. And as he's walking out, he says goodbye to everybody and he looks at me and he goes, "Bye, Noelle." And I'm like, this man
That's
is
super sweet.
Like, I don't know if he was a boomer or if he's before boomer, like, but like he got it on the first try, and it's like, why can't they all be like this? Like, age is not an excuse. Like, because I think when my mom was trying to understand, that was something that she used. It was something along the lines of she said, you know, my generation didn't grow up with this, and it's like, that's okay, it's a learning experience, but like his generation didn't grow up with that either, and he was able to just be like, okay, that's what you want to be called, okay, and that's all it took. And that was like one of my first real experiences of somebody just being like somebody that I didn't necessarily know, like somebody that wasn't like a close friend or family member, that saw the change and was like, bet, you know.
Yeah. Oh, that's so sweet.
It was a really sweet experience.
Mm-hmm.
Brassy.
Hey. So while I was at a Pride event a few days ago, I was out late, and I was talking to this one girl, just saying hi, exchanging pleasantries, and she said that I looked like I didn't exist, like I was an ethereal elf that was too pretty to exist outside of fiction. Which was very nice.
I hope that you used your elf magic to shrink this charming creature and keep them in your pocket with you.
She was also high on weed and shrooms, which expensive, but it was still a nice moment.
Oh, that's so lovely, though. Because sometimes,
that's really cute, though.
Oh, that's so sweet. I love that. And I love that it was at Pride, too. So, Pride has such great moments. I had, it's not, so I went to my Pride, and there was a little kid there. There were two kids. One must have been, like, I don't know, like, somewhere around, like, 10. They must have both been between, like, maybe 10 and 16. And one said, "This is the first time I feel comfortable to come out with my sexuality as a lesbian." And the other one, he said, "I just came out as bisexual today." and was, bi socks, bi flag as a cape, had a little flag in their hand. And they had a little necklace with like an axe on it. And I was like, well, you clearly must be bisexual because you have an axe on your neck. And they're just like, their eyes lit up and they're just like, oh, you understand what it means? I was like, oh, you sweet child. You sweet child, you. Yeah. And I love those moments. And I actually told them that, and I think this about all of my queer identities, that I told them that this is one of my favorite things about Pride, is coming out and being part of, like, I guess I would say that that we're both in like the beginning of like our elder queer era, and that to see the young beings coming out, and this, despite what's going on right now and the regime that's going on in America and in some other places, that hope that the overall arc of their queer life will be a little bit better and easier than ours was. And because I feel like there's too many people that take it so bitterly, like, and I think that's where it comes from, the idea of like the hatred for people that like pass or don't pass, is it's really an insecurity, and it's really a jealousy that of this privilege and sense of ease that they think that gives that person, and that it makes it easier in some way, which I'm sure in some ways it does. But I can't understand people that see somebody fighting the same fight and having a little bit of an easier time than they did and feeling so bitter and so hateful for it. It's kind of disgusting. And I understand it comes from a place of pain, but Jesus Christ. So, that is the end of our questions. Before we wrap up, is there anybody, if there's anybody in the chat that would, we could probably take a couple questions if somebody would like to
bonus round.
Pose a question before we wrap up. Also, behold my flag, the Demigirl flag. Yeah. I love it. I love it so much. Yes. And also today we have made a very special, I made a special raid call for today and I love it so much. While we wait to see if there's anybody that has some extra questions. So here is the one for those who are not subscribed. Pride is talking, so hate get walking. Happy Pride.
Nice.
I know, I love it so much. It's gonna be so fucking funny. And then, oh, whoopsie, I wrote it wrong. And then let me populate this one with my emotes. Boom. With the trans and the gay flag because we were doing the trans talkies today. Hee 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 hee.
Yay!
Yeah, and I am so happy that you all came here with me and joined me for this event. And I know that a lot of these questions had potential to bring up like some potentially triggering or very emotionally and hurtful moments, and I appreciate you all for the things that you shared with us all today. It was very appreciated, and I hope you guys all have a lovely day and a great rest of Pride season. Now, anyone who is interested, so let me go ahead and fucking music, you whore.
It's been so transphobic.
It is transphobic. So here is the flyer again. So next week on June 21st, Noelle and Fracta will actually be joining me, will return to join me for next week's as well. And it'll be about us bi, pan, multisexual beings. And then June 28th will be Ace and Ace spec. And so let's see. Let me double check. Hold on. Let me pull up the thing. Okay, so yeah, so next week it'll be along with myself, it'll be Fracta and Noelle will be joining us again. And then wait, is Noelle not in this chat? I could have sworn you were in this group. Were you not? I could have sworn you were.
Which one, Bipan?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm in that one.
Oh, that's okay. Fractal will be joining us again, and then we will also be joined by our wonderful Bumblebane, Madam Universe, Necodevia, our wonderful Gilly, who's been modding for us today, will also be joining us. And of course, our lovely Ursa Bear will be joining us. I'm very excited. And then on the last one, it's going to be myself. It's going to be Uzi. It's going to be, I almost said Squeak Toy because that's what their nickname is in my DMs. But Gilpchan, Eos, Space Goddess, and Ash Bella will all be joining us for the Ace spec one. And I'm super, yes, I know, Gil, you're a fucking gremlin and I adore you so much. So, okay, it doesn't look like we had any questions, so I think we are going to go ahead and do a raid. So let's check and see. Okay, so let me get those raid calls one more time. So this one, if you are subscribed and have my emotes. If not, you can use this one. Let's check and see who I've got on today. Oh, one of our guests for our future episode is actually live right now, and they're doing Stray.
Let's go.
We're gonna go raid. We're gonna go raid Kat, who is playing Stray. He will be joining me
Yeet us,
on
delete
the
us.
Ace episode. Honey,
One last
honey,
question.
I love you so much. I love you so much.
Booba, booba.
This is why I stayed parked in my car. This is why I stayed in my car, because I knew we were ending soon and you were going to cause some mischief.
Also, honey, it's okay, honey, because you know what, honey? One day, my hand will be on your ass.
Oh my god!
Anyway,
I thought you were gonna say throat, and I got really excited.
I mean.
I was also getting excited for throat.
I didn't say just the throat. I didn't say just the ass. Anyway.
It's traditional trans explosion of horniness. You cannot have 5 trans people in a room at the same time. It will just.
That's very fair.
We will just explode into a
poking each other and
molecule in like 20 seconds. Seriously.
Okay, so make sure you have your raid calls. We are gonna go raid Gilp, which is also a very horny ace space. So let's go be gay and do crimes. So be safe, be gay, do crimes, and I will probably be here on Monday. But I will definitely see you next Saturday for our next episode of Pride Talks. Bye-bye, everyone!
Yay! Yeah.
Oh, I already muted you.